Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Vassal Sardinia. Facing Jérôme Bonaparte's prickly words, Cava did not choose to joke back, because he knew that it was the Sardinian dynasty who asked for France, not France for Sardinia, and he wanted to tell Jérôme Bonaparte in a low-profile way that the Kingdom of Sardinia was asking for Jérôme Bonaparte. Bonaparte's respect. I didn't see any respect. I saw the Sardinian dynasty's contempt for France. Jérôme Bonaparte didn't appreciate it at all. He continued aggressively. Did the Sardinian dynasty think Bonaparte the Bey family cannot be forgiven by the Orthodox order? No. Cava decisively rejected Jérôme Bonaparte's almost unreasonable remarks. The Kingdom of Sardinia respects the will of the French Republic and desperately hopes that France can participate in the maintenance of peace in Europe. I agree with your words, Your Majesty. The Empire is the Republic. On behalf of the Kingdom of Sardinia, I hope that Your Majesty can rebuild a brand new empire. So, I'm blaming you all wrong. Jérôme Bonaparte showed a kind expression on his face. Those unreasonable behaviors before were just to give the Kingdom of Sardinia a disgrace. There is no question of who is right and who is wrong. Cava excused Jérôme Bonaparte. It's just a little misunderstanding. I believe that through this misunderstanding, it will definitely deepen the relationship between the French Empire and Sacramento. The friendship between the kingdoms of Ding. Oh, friendship. What a precious word. Jérôme Bonaparte also sighed with emotion. He stretched out his hand to the black box, placed on the square table, opened the box, and a russet cigar appeared. The appearance of the cigar should be superb, which made Cava, who loves smoking cigars, swallow a mouthful of saliva. France cherishes friendship the most. After speaking, Jérôme Bonaparte took out a cigar and handed it to Cava, who hurriedly took the cigar with both hands to show his respect. Then, Jérôme Bonaparte took out 2 more flints to light Cava cigars. The first plume of smoke appeared in the beauty of the room, and an intoxicated expression appeared on Cava's face. The same is true of the Sardinian dynasty. Since France and Sardinia are both countries that cherish friendship, there will be a lot of topics for us to talk about. Jérôme Bonaparte looked at Cava with a half smile. However, for a while I can't seem to remember how it's supposed to unfold. Mr. Cava can tell me. Jérôme Bonaparte took the initiative to give Cava the right to speak, which made Cava a little excited. Despite this, Cava said cautiously, the Sardinian dynasty respects the French Empire and is willing to obey the French Empire's dispatch. No. Jérôme Bonaparte smiled and shook his head. France will not order any country, nor will it order any country. The Sardinian kingdom and France are equal, and there is no upper and lower order. The Sardinian kingdom and France are equal, and there is no upper and lower order distinction between levels. If there is a distinction between high and low, then it can only be said that France is the big brother of Sardinia. Both of our countries are striving for the independence of the nation. Yes, that's right. Independence. Cava responded excitedly to Jérôme Bonaparte. Both Sardinia and France are fighting for national independence. The Kingdom of Ding is for the independence of the Italian nation. In this respect, France is Sardinia's well-deserved big brother. As far as I know, the Apennine region is well managed under the Austrian Empire. The problem of the Italian nation is not acute. Jérôme Bonaparte pretended to be stunned. Your Majesty, we respect and admire the Emperor's great achievements in the Apennine region. Under the Emperor's leadership, the Apennine Peninsula has formed an unprecedented Italian kingdom. Cava continued to brag about the achievements of the original Emperor Napoleon, which unexpectedly inspired Jérôme Bonaparte's ambition. Jérôme Bonaparte did not always claim to be Napoleon's successor, so what Emperor Napoleon did, he should have done as well. Jérôme Bonaparte listened quietly to Cava's touts, and after Cava finished speaking, Jérôme Bonaparte sighed and continued, the situation on the Apennine Peninsula is now different from before, much more severe than we imagined. Even if I want to help you, how should I convince the Legislative Council? How can I fight the alliance of the Russian Empire, the Austrian Empire, and the Kingdom of Prussia? The French Empire can no longer experience a war all over Europe. I'm very sympathetic to the Sardinian dynasty and the Italian nation of the Apennine Peninsula, but ideals cannot be eaten. We must keep our feet on the ground. Jerome Bonaparte's attitude was very simple. It was absolutely impossible for France to set foot in anything in the Apennine Peninsula in a short period of time. Otherwise, Britain would just form an alliance with its front feet, and its back feet would be broken, because France could not restrain Sardinia. Mr. Cava, I can tell you without hesitation. France's primary goal is the Russian Empire. Before France defeats the Russian Empire, we hope that Apennine will not take any drastic actions. Jerome Bonaparte said vaguely to the Sardinian dynasty, revealed the illusion that it had begun to clean up the Apennine Peninsula after the Russian Empire had been defeated. This vague diplomatic rhetoric is a required course for every qualified diplomatic rentau. The Count of Cava at this time was not the seasoned statesman of 1860. Cava, who had not been in politics for a long time, obviously ignored the crisis of vague diplomatic rhetoric. Under the vague diplomatic rhetoric of Jerome Bonaparte, Cava was naturally transferred into the trap carefully designed by Jerome Bonaparte. The Sardinian dynasty understands the situation in France, and we sincerely hope that France can win. If the French Empire needs it, the Sardinian dynasty can send troops to fight with France. Cava handed over the Sardinian dynasty. Submitting a certificate and participating in the war against Russia means that Sardinia is likely to be targeted by the Austrian Empire. France is very willing to fight with the Sardinian dynasty. Adhering to the mentality that the cannon fodder is useless, Jerome Bonaparte smiled without hesitation. Not only France, but Britain will also join the battle against the Russian Empire. This is an opportunity for the Sardinian dynasty to gain European recognition, and I hope the Sardinian kingdom can prepare in advance. Understood. Cava was full of gratitude to Jerome Bonaparte. Subsequently, Jerome Bonaparte and Cava conducted further consultations on how to strengthen bilateral relations between France and the Sardinian dynasty. In order to speed up the exchanges between our two countries, I hope that the Kingdom of Sardinia and France can keep the same railway specifications. Jerome Bonaparte once again made a suggestion to Cava. Cava was hesitant. Keeping the line with the French railway means that the original may be abandoned, and building a new railway is a huge expense. If Sardinia has no money, France is willing to help the Kingdom of Sardinia. Since he has chosen to turn Sardinia into a vassal state, then Jerome Bonaparte will naturally not be stingy with the injection of capital. As long as Sardinia has no money for a day unification, then they will not be able to escape the hands of France one day. If Sardinia is not willing, then France is not willing to be difficult. In the end, Cava agreed to introduce wolves into the house, and the capital of France was injected into fields other than horsemen for the first time. In addition to the railway capital injection, Cava was also forced to sign agreements on agricultural products and rifles and artillery. The Sardinian dynasty was gradually being eroded by French capital. Decades later, Cava, who was lying in the hospital bed, once again recalled the past with unstoppable regret. The secret exchange between Jerome Bonaparte and Cava continued from the morning to the afternoon. The two who walked out of the house shook hands warmly and left one after another. On November 28th, Jerome Bonaparte, feeling that the time was right, decided not to hesitate. Before the Legislative Council was convened again, he revealed his intention to become Emperor to Pius, who was then chairman of the Legislative Council. After the start of the Legislative Council, President Biux proposed that Jerome Bonaparte should be crowned Emperor. Except for a small number of opponents, the Legislative Council passed Jerome Bonaparte as emperor with the overwhelming majority of excellence. A request to change the republic to an after the overwhelming consent of the empire. Legislative Council, the second house also abstained with one vote, and it ended when it was passed by all members. The successive agreement of the Legislative Council and the Senate means that Jerome Bonaparte has the opportunity to be proclaimed emperor at the legal level. Next, only a referendum is required. As long as the vast majority of French people do not object, then the Second Empire can be established a year earlier than in history. Riyadh1.com on the 29th of June, a telegram from Paris appeared in front of the highest officials of the major regions and provinces. The telegram said, France should abide by fairness and justice. An open choice, a request to the entire French people to use their votes to decide whether to build an empire or one that remains a republic. On November 30th, the provinces began voting on the establishment of the empire. After nearly 7 days of voting, the French provinces finally completed the voting on December 6th, and the number of votes won by the provinces was transmitted to Paris at that time by telegram. On December 8th, after more than 3 hours of statistics, the Senate announced the results of the ballots to the people of Paris. There were 8,724,000 votes for the establishment of an empire, 253,000 votes against it, and nearly a million abstentions, mostly from the south and west. More than 8 million votes in favor gave Jérôme Bonaparte the legal reason to build an empire. The Bonapartists began a new round of debate over when the empire was established. Chapter 327, Enthroned, Up. On December 9, 1851, the French Third Republic officially changed its name to the French Empire in the Legislative Council and the Senate. It fluttered on the roofs of the Tuileries Palace and the Élysée Palace. The tricolor flag, which symbolized the beauty of the French Third Republic, was loyal to the court. The guards removed it and replaced it with a tricolor with the Bonaparte family crest added. The change of the national flag and country name means that the Republic, which lasted for more than 3 years, has been completely reduced to history since December 9th, and France has once again returned to the embrace of the monarchy. Although the establishment of an empire by referendum is an anomaly in the eyes of the real monarchy, it is the greatest common denominator that the entire French people can tolerate. Compared with the traditional autocratic monarchy, the revolutionary French Empire policies through referendums and had a certain range of democracy. Compared with the republic implemented during the Great Revolution, the revolutionary French Empire was a little less fanatical, a little more rational, and able to gain more goodwill than the republic. No one wants to deal with a country that likes to export revolutions at every turn. Of course, this is not to say that the French Empire has no shortcomings. The emperor in the republic lacks something called sanctity in terms of legal principles. This kind of invisible but intangible effect really affects the relationship between France and the European monarchies. Not to mention how Jérôme Bonaparte's uncle repeatedly slaughtered European countries, so that many countries still have legal fears. At the same time that Jérôme Bonaparte announced the establishment of the French Empire, Vladimirovich, the ambassador of the Russian Empire, suddenly felt that the situation was gradually slipping towards the brink of war. He dispatched personnel to report Jérôme Bonaparte to the Russian Empire. In the case of the proclamation, he went to the Tuileries Palace where Jérôme Bonaparte lived to meet with Jérôme Bonaparte. At this time, Jérôme Bonaparte was wearing a red royal cloak embroidered with a golden bee pattern on the outside, a white robe on the inside, and an olive branch and a golden crown on his head, symbolizing the highest glory of France. The Great Eagle medal of the medal is worn around the chest, and he also holds the Great Eagle scepter in his right hand. When Vladimirovich saw Jérôme Bonaparte in this dress, he almost thought that the original emperor had come back to the world again. Looking at the gaff Russian ambassador in front of him, Jérôme Bonaparte tapped the Persian red carpet on the ground with the eagle scepter and asked with a smile, "Mr. Ambassador, what's your reason for coming here in such a hurry?" Only then did Vladimirovich realize that the guy in front of him was just a despicable imitator. He quickly adjusted his state and said coldly to Jérôme Bonaparte, "Your Excellency, I don't know if you remember what I said to the Russian Empire back then, huh?" Jérôme Bonaparte asked, pretending to be surprised. "What did I say? You told me that you would never choose to be an emperor. The French Republic will never become an empire." Vladimirovich emphasized to Jérôme Bonaparte word for word, "So, this is it." Jérôme Bonaparte suddenly realized. He smiled reservedly, and then replied righteously, "This is the will of all French people. Even if I'm the highest ruler, I cannot go against it." What, the will of all France? After all, it's just a show. Of course Vladimirovich would not believe Jérôme Bonaparte's nonsense. Since Jérôme Bonaparte's coup, his own credibility with Vladimirovich has been ruined. As Vladimirovich learned more about France, Vladimirovich became more and more convinced that it was only a matter of time before Jérôme Bonaparte became emperor. However, he never thought that Jérôme Bonaparte would be so impatient and choose to build an empire so quickly. Wasn't he afraid that the whole of Europe would interfere? Your Excellency, I think you should know some of the problems you may face after you become emperor. Vladimirovich's words revealed a hint of threat. Your Excellency Ambassador, the establishment of an empire does not mean the arrival of war. I think the establishment of an empire means the arrival of peace. Jerome Bonaparte responded calmly, either an empire or a republic. France will be committed to maintaining European peace, and not a country with hegemonic power politics. Vladimirovich responded with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I hope your Excellency in power can take responsibility for your actions. After speaking, Vladimirovich left the Tuileries Palace without looking back. Shortly after Vladimirovich left, Baron Hubert, Austrian ambassador to France, also came to the Tuileries facing Jerome Bonaparte in a coat. Baron Hubert also showed a horrified expression. Immediately afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte and Baron Hubert had some discussions on the issue of proclaiming the emperor. Your Majesty, I only congratulate you on behalf of myself. Baron Hubert said to Jerome Bonaparte drippingly. Thank you for your congratulations. I also hope that there will be more people with lofty ideals like you in Austria. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Baron Hubert. Then, Baron Hubert euphemistically stated that some special mainly military aristocrats, groups in the Austrian Empire, are likely to take some extreme actions because of Jerome Bonaparte's proclamation, does not exclude Shenbing, Lombardy or small moves in South Germany. He hoped that Jerome Bonaparte would not be irritated by these excesses, and assured Jerome Bonaparte that, as long as Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg remained as Foreign Secretary, the guarantee that France and Austria would never actually go to war. The French Empire cherishes the friendship with the Austrian Empire, and we believe that the Austrian Empire will stand together with the French Empire. Although there may be some differences between our two countries, I believe that, as long as the two countries join hands, they will be able to resolve their differences. Jerome Bonaparte once again responded to Baron Hubert in diplomatic terms. I also believe that the friendship between the French Empire and the Austrian Empire will last forever. Baron Hubert responded to Jerome Bonaparte. After the exchange of opinions, Baron Hubert left the Tuileries Palace under the farewell of the Minister of the Seal, de Morn. After that, the diplomatic ambassadors of Württemberg, Bavaria, and the Sardinian dynasty came to the Tuileries, and they veiled to Jerome Bonaparte that they supported Jerome Bonaparte as an individual. The attitude of the Emperor Jerome Bonaparte is still grateful to these diplomats, who separate the individual from the collective. Afterwards, they were invited to attend their coronation ceremonies one by one. Except for the ambassador of Württemberg, the ambassadors of the remaining countries politely rejected Jerome Bonaparte's suggestion. Jerome Bonaparte certainly understood that the reason why they were unwilling to participate in their coronation ceremony was probably because the French Empire had not truly integrated into the mainstream countries in Europe. Britain, Russia, Austria, and Prussia have not expressed real acceptance. How dare they express their political stance on the premise that the first-class powers have not made a clear statement? Württemberg was different. They belonged to Jerome Bonaparte's family, and it was reasonable for King William of Württemberg to send someone to witness the coronation of his nephew. If you investigate it carefully, of course, Württemberg, one of the Orthodox orders, cannot participate in the coronation. That night, Jerome Bonaparte once again held a Bonaparte meeting at the Tuileries Palace. In addition to the members of the Bonaparte family who attended the meeting, there were also some important figures of the Bonaparte faction, including Morny, Walewski, St. Arnault, Persigny, Maine, Fult, Idle at Home, Perriot, and the President of the Legislative Assembly. As the meeting discussed when and where the coronation ceremony should take place, and whether Pope Pius IX should be invited to France for his coronation. I think the sooner the time of the coronation, the better. We have already established an empire, and the empire cannot be without an emperor for a long time. Morny, the Minister of the Seal, first put forward his opinion. He won Pierre Bonaparte, supported by Persigny, Perriot and others. Actually, we don't have to rush the coronation ceremony, so we can have more time to prepare for the coronation. Princess Mathilde Bonaparte raised an objection. She hoped that Jerome Bonaparte's coronation could do better. If Pius IX could come over, it would be even more perfect. The forces supporting Mathilde Bonaparte are also not small, including Walewski, president of the Legislative Assembly Bjerg, and others. In addition to these two factions, there is also a neutral faction headed by Prince Montfort, who believe that the speed of the coronation depends entirely on Jerome Bonaparte's own wishes. Jerome Bonaparte pondered for a moment, and after considering several aspects, he chose Morny's suggestion. Riyad 1. The coronation ceremony should be sooner rather than later. I'm planning a coronation on December 12th. If Pius IX is unwilling to come, there is no need to force it. With the support of more than 8 million French people, we do not need to use the Pope to prove ourselves at all. Jerome Bonaparte made the final call. Having said that, Jerome Bonaparte could not avoid some regrets in his heart. If it weren't for the high price of Pius IX, Pius IX asked Jerome Bonaparte to hand over all the education in France to the church, and by the way, he also returned some of the land that was confiscated on a large scale to the church. He still hoped that Pius IX the world can add a veil of sanctity to him. Morny and the others showed happy expressions on their faces. After setting the coronation date, Jerome Bonaparte turned to the issue of the division of labor for the coronation ceremony. Since the French Empire represents the will of all the French people, the legislature representing the French public opinion must also participate in this coronation. The important task of organizing the Legislative Council was entrusted to Bjerg and Walewski, while Morny and others followed Jerome Bonaparte to participate in the grand event. Chapter 328, Enthroned, below. On December 10, 1851, the French government, which had set the coronation date, issued an invitation to the ambassadors of various governments, inviting them to participate in the coronation ceremony of the French Empire on December 12. All the first-rate powers, except the Russian Empire, politely declined the invitation of the French government. For various reasons, even the British ambassador who had acquiesced in France to rebuild the empire. As for the ambassador of the Russian Empire, after confirming the news of Jerome Bonaparte's coronation, Vladimirovich, who knew the temper of Tsar Nicholas I, immediately left Paris on his own initiative. Vladimirovich's behavior without saying goodbye is equivalent to breaking diplomatic relations, and there is no need for the French government to invite a country that has cut off communication. On the night of the 11th, a sudden cold snap brought Paris its first heavy snow in 1851. The heavy snow fell on Paris, and in just a few hours, the entire Paris became a white world. In the early morning of the 12th, when Jerome Bonaparte got up and opened the curtains as usual, the white world that greeted him surprised and dismayed him. Why did so many silent snowflakes descend on Paris when Jerome Bonaparte was crowned? Could it be that God used this method to warn him, the usurper? Jerome Bonaparte shook his head desperately to dismiss this idea. After a while, there was a knock on the door, and Jerome Bonaparte, who had come to his senses, hurriedly opened the bedroom door. "Your Majesty, it's time for you to prepare for your coronation." Morny, who was standing at the door, reminded Jerome Bonaparte in a gorgeous dress. "Oh!" exclamation mark. "Ah." Jerome Bonaparte nodded in understanding. Under the leadership of Morny, Jerome Bonaparte came to the dressing room of the Tuileries Palace, where the professionals in charge of court etiquette will help Jerome Bonaparte to take care of the coronation apparel. After the servants in charge of court etiquette arrived, Morny got up and said goodbye. Only Jerome Bonaparte and a group of servants who knew court etiquette were left in the dressing room. "Can we start?" Jerome Bonaparte asked the servants present in a soft voice. One of the servants responded humbly, "Your Majesty, please wait a little longer." "Who else are you waiting for?" Jerome Bonaparte was a little puzzled. It was the royal robes they put on for themselves a few days ago. It stands to reason that the cooperation between the two should be very skilled. "Are there new members coming, Your Majesty?" According to the regulations, when you officially change the costumes required for the coronation, 1 or 2 nobles or ladies must come to guide you. The servant responded immediately. Jerome Bonaparte frowned slightly. He really didn't like this kind of complicated steps. The servant also saw Jerome Bonaparte's boredom, and he hurriedly said with relief, "Your Majesty, please wait a little longer." "I know." Jerome Bonaparte sat quietly in a chair and waited for the arrival of the so-called guiding nobles. After a while, The door of the dressing room opened again, and Jerome Bonaparte followed the voice and looked over, a smile on his originally tense face. "So it's you?" Jerome Bonaparte asked briskly. "Your Majesty." The two nobles who were in charge of guiding the etiquette of Jerome Bonaparte were the Marquis of Alais and the Countess of Montelot, who were familiar to Jerome Bonaparte. One of them is the lover of Jerome Bonaparte, and the other is a mother of Jerome Bonaparte's friend Eugenie. It can be said that Jerome Bonaparte is relatively close. After a short chat, the ceremony officially began. The Countess of Montelot was in charge of instructing the servants to help Jerome Bonaparte change into the royal robes needed for the coronation, while the Countess of Alais told him about the situations that should be avoided during the coronation ceremony. Jerome Bonaparte, sitting on the chair, was like a puppet at the mercy of others, listening to the notices of the Marquis Alais, while letting the servants put clothes on him one after another. The whole dressing ceremony lasted for nearly an hour, until Jerome Bonaparte hung the Great Eagle medal on his chest. The tedious ceremony was completely over compared to Jerome Bonaparte, who had a slightly tired look on his face. The Marquis of Alais and the Countess of Montelot were proud of their masterpieces. After that, Jerome Bonaparte, dressed in royal robes, came to the entrance of the ballroom of the Tuileries Palace. Surrounded by the Marquis of Alais and the Countess of Montelot. At this time, the banquet hall of the Tuileries Palace was already full of people, including the Legislative Council, the Senate, the Cabinet, the Senate, the City Hall and the generals living in Paris. All the members of all the state organs of power gathered in this hall, among them waiting for the arrival of Jerome Bonaparte. Of course, the real coronation ceremony is not here. Except for those who must act with Jerome Bonaparte, all the members present will leave the Tuileries Palace. After meeting with the Emperor, go to Paris City Hall at 6 p.m, which means that the real coronation place is not in the Tuileries Palace, nor in Notre Dame de Paris, where Emperor Napoleon was crowned, but in the City Hall. Going to the City Hall for the coronation is also the method that Jerome Bonaparte came up with after careful consideration. If we choose Reims Cathedral for the coronation, we will face the problem of insufficient legality of the Bonaparte family. The previous kings of the Bourbon dynasty claimed that their crowns came from God, and the crowns of the Bonaparte family came from 30 million French. One is the divine authority of the monarchy, and the other is the authority of the monarchy. This is equivalent to slapping the face of those orthodox monarchies, and after thinking it over and over again, Jerome Bonaparte gave up the idea as for why he did not follow his uncle to go to Notre Dame for his coronation. One of the reasons was because Pius IX did not come, and the other was because his uncle did something inappropriate at Notre Dame, inviting the Pope to be crowned. The Pope reluctantly ran to Paris to be crowned. And when he was crowned again, he was unwilling to kneel in front of the Pope to be crowned, but chose to grab the Pope's crown for self-coronation. The crown grabbed him and crowned him, as if he regarded himself as the asterisk of France. The then Pope Pius VII almost fainted. If Jerome Bonaparte goes to Notre Dame for his coronation, he may not be able to arouse the empathetic memory of that old asterisk of Pius IX. So don't overstimulate Pius X. After much deliberation, the Paris City Hall, which once crowned Louis Philippe, became Jerome Bonaparte's first choice. Although the Paris City Hall itself has no symbolic meaning, it is an ordinary building, but it also symbolizes the attitude of the emperor to stand with the people. Besides, with Louis Philippe coronation ahead, going to Paris City Hall for the coronation can be regarded as following the predecessors. Why is Jerome Bonaparte not a die-hard person, and he doesn't want to hold a zombie resurrection party? The new era has come, and those so-called old etiquettes should disappear as soon as possible. The coronation in royal robes was his last compromise to the old days. Standing at the door of the banquet, Jerome Bonaparte looked at the generals and government officials who were wearing large gowns and military uniforms and still had a trace of envy in their hearts. At least they were not as cumbersome as Jerome Bonaparte. His Majesty is here. With a strong and powerful shout, everyone's bodies were facing the banquet door, and the generals and political officials in the hall looked at the Emperor Jerome Bonaparte solemnly. Jerome Bonaparte also entered the banquet hall with a serious face, and started an impromptu speech. Today is the day the empire was established, and God declared his expectations for me, and the empire with a clear and unmistakable attitude. The snowflakes are God's silent blessing. Jerome Bonaparte used ingenious words to connect snowflakes with the auspiciousness of God, strangling the crisis in the cradle. In the past year, France has experienced many problems and also encountered many unexpected challenges. We work together to overcome them. I believe that in the days after the establishment of the empire, France will be able to customer service challenges one after another, and I will also spend the rest of my life serving the people of France and World War II in France. Jerome Bonaparte raised his hand and shouted, "Long live France, long live the empire." Everyone present shouted in unison, "Long live France, long live the empire." Amid the shouts, Jerome Bonaparte invited everyone to lunch. The lunch lasted more than 3 hours and the generals and dignitaries left the Tuileries Palace point at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Nearly 200 vehicles appeared in the 4 directions of the Tuileries Palace. They will go to various places in Paris to pick up the generals and political dignitaries scattered in Paris to the Paris City Hall point at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. More than 200 carriages set off in the dark under the order of General Manager Mocker at 7:30 in the evening. A gorgeous double-bridge carriage stopped at the entrance of the Tuileries Palace. The carriage was surrounded by a group of knights holding torches. They were responsible for welcoming Jerome Bonaparte to the municipality of Paris. The Knights of the Hall, and the one in charge of this Knights force is none other than the President of the Legislative Council. Pierrepoint Bayeux slowly dismounted and led by Mocker to the study room. At this time, Jerome Bonaparte was holding a book and savoring it carefully. Through the gas lamp placed on the desk and the candlelight hanging from the ceiling, Bayeux looked at it. The title of this book is The Communist Manifesto. Your Majesty, it's time for us to set off. A flash of surprise flashed in Bayeux's eyes, and he slowly approached Jerome Bonaparte and said softly, "I see." Jerome Bonaparte closed the German version of the declaration, put it on the table, and left with the appointment. Jerome Bonaparte sat in a carriage that belonging to him alone, and Morny, the Minister of the Seal, and Pius, the chairman of the Legislative Council, got on their horses. Perhaps because of the snow, the light of the torches can extend far away, making the road to Paris City Hall less dark. Also, because of the influence of the snow. The journey from the Tuileries Palace to Paris City Hall originally only took 10 minutes, but it took nearly 15 minutes to arrive at 7:57, with less than 3 minutes to the coronation at 8 o'clock. Jerome Bonaparte arrived at the City Hall under the gaze of all the generals, dignitaries, nobles, and wealthy businessmen in the hall of the City Hall. Riyadh1.com. Jerome Bonaparte walked unswervingly to the center. At 8 p.m., the coronation ceremony officially opened. The president of the Legislative Council, Pius, gave the first speech, while proudly remembering the great achievements of war. The people, especially in the great achievements of peace, are counting on you. They have seen you at work and expect you to build a decisive, fast-paced, fruitful government. To assist you in this, they give you their full approval and entrust you with everything. Take it, Your Majesty, take from France this glorious crowns. No king has ever worn a more legitimate and prestigious crown on his head. The Bishop of Paris, who was standing aside, held the olive branch crown worn by Emperor Napoleon in his hand. Jerome Bonaparte took the crown and carried it on his head. My rule did not begin in 1815, it began just now, when you informed me of the will of the nation," said Jerome Bonaparte, wearing a crown. "Long live the emperor, long live the empire." The crowd shouted loudly. They understood that the empire, that had disappeared for more than 30 years from this moment, reappeared, and France welcomed a new owner. Chapter 329, The Dog Situation. As soon as the news of Jerome Bonaparte at the Paris City Hall on December 12, 1851 came out, the whole of Europe, mainly the people, was in an uproar, and many old people, mainly nobles, who had participated in the Napoleonic Wars, recalled in response to the fears of the Napoleonic Empire. They ran and called for Europe to unite once again to attack the French Empire that had climbed out of its grave point, and some of the Sojourn revolutionaries, Mazzini, Kossuth, cheered for the proposal of the French Empire. In their view, the proposal of the French Empire meant the beginning of a war in Europe, and their country was bound to be affected by this war coercion to win the independence of their own country. Therefore, when France announced the establishment of an empire, revolutionaries from Hungary, Italy, and Poland went to Paris one after another. They used their own channels to convey their blessings to Napoleon III, and hope that the French Empire could help them build their own nation. It can be said that the establishment of the French Empire in the whole of Europe presents a trend of polarization. Napoleon III had to express his gratitude to some foreign revolutionaries, while repeating the slogan "Empire is peace" to European countries. Even so, Jerome Bonaparte is still unable to reverse the continual decline of the entire France's reputation. According to the Strasbourg Military District report on December 16th, they have found signs of the mobilization of the Kingdom of Prussia in the border area. In fact, not only the Kingdom of Prussia, but also the Austrian Empire was also mobilized. According to the report of the Foreign Affairs Bureau of the National Intelligence Service, as of December 20th, the Austrian Empire had mobilized 40,000 field troops to be stationed in the Lombardy region. At the same time, the Count of Cavour, the Minister of Agriculture who returned to the Sardinian dynasty, also reported information to Jerome Bonaparte about the meeting between the Austrian ambassador and the Sardinian Prime Minister through secret channels. The entire French Empire seemed to be in a state of war at all times. But what is puzzling is that the Russian Empire, which had been clamoring for a decisive battle with France before, was rarely silent at this juncture. It stands to reason that the Russian Empire should be the country that hates the French Empire the most among them, referring to the Orthodox Kingdom. Why is there no movement at this most critical moment? Jerome Bonaparte felt that the Russian Empire seemed to be planning a major event. He hurriedly ordered the Minister of the Seal, Morny, to call the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Viscount de Lewis. I forgot to mention that, since Jerome Bonaparte was crowned emperor, the ministers of various cabinet departments also changed their titles, from the original minister to the current minister. Although the title has changed, their functions have not changed in the slightest. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, de Roos, led by de Morny, came before Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Majesty." De Lewis showed a little tiredness on his face. These days, dealing with France's diplomacy has already made him feel that he is incapable of being a clone. He didn't want to hear from the emperor's mouth the difficult requirements of the strong point. Jerome Bonaparte also saw de Roos's tiredness, and he hurriedly called Mockert in charge to make a cup of coffee for de Roos. De Roos refused to reject Jerome Bonaparte's good intentions. After a while, Mockert brought 2 cups of steaming coffee to the table beside the sofa in the study. After the two sat on the sofa face to face, Jerome Bonaparte said, "Minister Roos, what do you think of the Russian Empire?" The Russian Empire? De Roos suddenly remembered something, and he hurriedly reported to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, I was just about to tell you about the Russian Empire." "What happened to the Russian Empire?" Jerome Bonaparte put away his smile and turned to a serious expression. "That's it. Just now, we received a report from the French embassy in St. Petersburg that our embassy was expelled by the Russian Empire for no reason." De Roos said to Jerome Bonaparte, "Expulsion? For no reason?" Jerome Bonaparte repeated de Roos's words, and he had even more reason to doubt whether the Russian Empire was secretly preparing a conspiracy against France. "If I were Nicholas I, what method would I use to contain the French Empire?" Jerome Bonaparte tried to bring himself into the mindset of Nicholas I. After referring to the attitude of Nicholas I in several major events in the past, Jerome Bonaparte realized that the Russian Empire had a great possibility to unite with the Kingdom of Britain to attack France. The attitude of the British Kingdom is undoubtedly a crucial step. How is the situation in Britain now? Jerome Bonaparte turned to ask Britain's attitude. De Lewis's face flashed with surprise. He did not expect the emperor's thoughts to coincide with him. De Lewis frowned and replied, "Not very good." According to the information from the British Embassy, the people's sentiment against the French Empire in the Kingdom of Britain is getting more serious, and the opposition outside the cabinet is attacking the ruling faction. "Where's the royal family?" Jerome Bonaparte once again asked the British royal family's attitude. De Lewis shook his head and said, "According to the current information, the royal family has not made any moves. Those damned Ansus." Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but cursed in a low voice. Now he has deeply realized the meaning of distrusting the Anza people in the diplomatic field, which is the greatest trust in the Anza people. All consensus and suggestion are nothing but British means. Jerome Bonaparte was also convinced that Britain would never attack the French Empire, and now their biggest enemy must be the Russian Empire. The creed of British diplomacy is that Britain will never openly turn against the same country until the last minute. From now on, always pay attention to the movements of Russia and Britain. In particular, strictly investigate the exchanges between the diplomatic personnel of the two countries. Jerome Bonaparte gave orders to D. Lewis. Understood. D. Lewis responded. Then, Jerome Bonaparte asked if there were any changes in the diplomatic field between the Kingdom of Prussia and the Austrian Empire. Prime Minister Felix Schwarzenberg had a private conversation with our diplomats. He assured us that the Austrian army of Lombardy would never invade the French Empire, and he would try his best to persuade Francis Emperor Franz Joseph to reconcile with us. De Roos took a sip of the coffee that Mocha had brought over and continued. Wilhelm, the regent of the Kingdom of Prussia, has no attitude. However, a man who claims to be able to speak on behalf of the regent, the deputies of the same kind, assured us that the Kingdom of Prussia will remain at peace with the French Empire. Jerome Bonaparte had a little interest in the parliamentarian that De Roos said, and he asked logically, what is the name of that parliamentarian who dares to say that he can represent the regent? I remember. De Roos carefully recalled the name of the congressman. He seems to be called Otto von Bismarck. That's right, that's the name. It's him. Jerome Bonaparte, who heard the familiar name, couldn't help but sigh. Your Majesty, do you know him? De Lewis asked curiously. It can be considered as acquaintance. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and replied, he is a very powerful guy. Then he answered half jokingly and half seriously, the two of you may meet frequently. Can be careful not to be fooled by his rhetoric. Yes. De Roos replied to Jerome Bonaparte, and he couldn't help but secretly remember Bismarck's name. Recently, is there any other diplomatic news? Jerome Bonaparte asked De Louis again. Your Majesty, the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies has recognized the French Empire. De Roos reported to Jerome Bonaparte. Ah, you sure I heard correctly? Jerome Bonaparte's face was full of surprise, and he repeated again, the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies has recognized that we are the legitimate government. That's right. De Lewis replied to Jerome Bonaparte in a determined tone. Riyadh1.com. The Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, as a branch of the Bourbon dynasty, would choose to recognize the Second French Empire as legitimate. The government is indeed somewhat unexpected by Jerome Bonaparte. It can be said that the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies is the second country to recognize the Second French Empire as a legitimate empire. The first is the Kingdom of Württemberg, which has never been disconnected, and the rest of the countries are constantly watching. Not even the Kingdom of Sardinia was as active as the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. Since the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies offered to the French Empire, Jerome Bonaparte would naturally not refuse it. He would not wantonly divide his relatives as his uncle did, making his notoriety all over the world. Can I invite envoys from the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies to Paris in the name of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the name of an agricultural seminar? Jerome Bonaparte asked De Lewis. In this way, he hinted to the Sardinian dynasty that the country that wants to be a French dog is not only the Kingdom of Sardinia, even if it is a traitor, it must be sold with sincerity. Furthermore, the restoration of the Kingdom of Naples can also enable the French Empire to stabilize its hegemony in the Mediterranean. It should be possible. De Roos responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Then I won't leave you here. Jerome Bonaparte, who was accustomed to acting resolutely, issued an expulsion order to Foreign Minister De Louis. De Roos drank the rest of the coffee and left. On December 24, 1851, De Roos, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the French Empire, conveyed to the ambassador of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies to France the invitation of Emperor Jerome Bonaparte that the two countries could join hands in consultations on agricultural issues. The envoy of Naples was ecstatic when he was invited, and he hurriedly conveyed the invitation of the French Empire to the Kingdom of Naples. Chapter 330, Britain on the Mount Liangshan. The invitation from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Second French Empire, De Louis, was conveyed through the channel of the ambassador of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies to France. At the time of Palermo, the capital of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, Gennaro Spinelli, then Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, proceeded quickly to the palace of the Kings of the Two Sicilies. At this time in the Two Sicilian Palace, two people were having a secret meeting around a table in a certain room in the palace. Their chairs were not next to each other. Even though it was only 4:15 in the afternoon, the room was already dark, and only a small amount of light could enter the room through the window. A wind lamp made of suet was hung from the ceiling to illuminate the entire room. The one sitting near the window was a middle-aged man about 40 years old with a square face, wearing a black uniform on the upper body and white trousers on the lower body. He was King Ferdinand II of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, born in 1810. Ferdinand II is 41 years old, and he has been King of the Two Sicilies for 21 years. In the 41 years of life, there have been glories, and there have also been downfalls. The Bourbon dynasty lost its rule over the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies in 1808, and ideals, the partial liberalization reform implemented by Ferdinand in 1830, who also facing the cold reality, forced to declare recognition of the liberal constitution in 1848, and then dissolve it, has now completely stripped off his idealist cloak and has become a true mercenary monarch. The man sitting across from him in a black uniform is the British ambassador to the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. The reason why he appeared at the royal palace of Palermo was to question Ferdinand II on the order of the British Foreign Office. Your Majesty, Britain has no intention of interfering with the rights of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, but we hope that the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies can maintain the security of the Mediterranean at the same time. As soon as the British ambassador spoke, he used the exaggerated diplomatic rhetoric of a British official to tell Ferdinand II hinted, "Your Excellency Ambassador, can you use a more indirect language?" Ferdinand II naturally understood the meaning of the British ambassador's long diplomatic rhetoric, but he was not willing to follow the road left to him by Britain. "We hope that your country can keep a distance from certain countries. Only in this way can the balance and stability of the Mediterranean be better maintained." The British ambassador continued to Ferdinand II. "The recent actions of your country are likely to seriously damage the Mediterranean balance and stability." That's right. Some of the countries that the British ambassador was talking about were the French Empire. Although the British Kingdom and the French Empire have reached a certain degree of consensus, in other areas, Britain will still ruthlessly pit the French Empire. In the eyes of British political elites, the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies is one of the important links in the balance of the entire Mediterranean, and their political inclinations are likely to affect Britain's vested interests in the Mediterranean. Before Jerome Bonaparte established the French Empire, British political elites were not very worried about the political orientation of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. After Jerome Bonaparte established the Second French Empire, the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies was uncharacteristically the first, in the eyes of Britain, to support the establishment of the French Empire. This undoubtedly sent a danger signal to the Kingdom of Britain. Now that the Kingdom of Sardinia has become a vassal state of France by default, if the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies becomes a vassal state of France again, Britain's interests in the Mediterranean may face a challenge. Although the French fleet is far from the British fleet, Britain does not want to see any chance of catching up with this enemy, who has been in love with each other for hundreds of years. When they learned that the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies recognized the French Empire, the British political elite quickly ordered the British ambassador to the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies to go to the royal palace of Palermo to ask why the King of the Two Sicilies supported the French Empire. Humph. Ferdinand II snorted coldly, "This is our country's established diplomatic strategy, and the British Kingdom has no right to interfere. I also don't believe that a simple establishment of diplomatic relations will destroy the entire Mediterranean Sea stability. If this is the case, then the stability of the Mediterranean is too fragile." The British ambassador, of course, heard Ferdinand II's dissatisfaction, and he still said calmly, "This is just an assumption, and this assumption may or may not exist. I shouldn't say that we, the Kingdom of Great Britain, hope being able to communicate with your Majesty in a frank manner will lead to closer cooperation between the two countries. As long as the Kingdom of Great Britain promises me to hand over that chaotic party to me, I'm willing to cut off communication with the French Empire." Ferdinand II put forward a condition that was impossible to agree to. As soon as he heard Ferdinand II's conditions, the British ambassador's face was overwhelmed. Of course, he would not hand over those revolutionaries who had been exiled to Britain. If the Kingdom of Britain surrenders them, then Britain will face the revolutionaries that other countries demand for exile, which will cause a huge political crisis to Britain. Besides, Keeping them might come in handy at some point. Those revolutionaries are not criminals, they are just poor people who want to change the country. We accept them with a special kind of heart, and we will not fall in this regard. The British ambassador politely rejected Ferdinand II's request, and then added, if one day, Your Majesty, if you also fall to that level, because of some misfortune, Britain will definitely lend a helping hand to you. I don't think it's necessary. Ferdinand II couldn't hear the threat of the British ambassador, and he still responded indifferently. Since His Majesty the King is unwilling to communicate frankly with us, then I will leave. The British ambassador, who saw that Ferdinand II was unwilling to communicate, got up and left. Ferdinand II, who was sitting in a chair, also got up and sent the British ambassador out of the Palermo Palace. Just as Ferdinand II was about to return to the palace, Gennaro Spinella's carriage stopped at the gate of the palace, and Ferdinand II stood there waiting for Gennaro Spinelli. Prime Minister Gennaro Spinelli, who got off the carriage, saw Ferdinand II at the gate of the palace, and quickly rushed to Ferdinand II, and informed Ferdi of the invitation of the French Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs South II. Ferdinand II was immediately overjoyed. And he refused the threat of the British kingdom. In a blink of an eye, France extended an olive branch. Go back to the palace to discuss in detail. Gennaro Spinelli and Ferdinand II entered the palace together. Gennaro Spinelli informed Ferdinand II of the information obtained by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ferdinand II showed joy at being able to hug France's thighs, and he impatiently asked Gennaro Spinelli when to leave. Your Majesty, this is just a private seminar. It should not be made public. Gennaro Spinelli reminded Ferdinand II. After an hour-long discussion between Ferdinand II and Gennaro Spinelli, it was decided to form an unofficial agricultural team. In order to express the importance of agricultural exchanges, Ferdinand II deliberately arranged his 15-year-old son as a member of the agricultural team. After several days of selection, the agricultural team finally completed the selection on December 28. Except for the envoy and the prince, the others were all outstanding agricultural scholars selected by the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. On December 29, the unofficial agricultural team departed from Naples and arrived at the port of Marseille in the early morning of the 30th. Then, after a long day and night journey by train from the port of Marseille, it finally arrived in Paris on the last day of 1851. When the agricultural mission arrived in Paris, it was immediately warmly welcomed by Foreign Minister de Roos. Under the arrangement of de Roos, the agricultural mission stayed at the Rhine Hotel. The son of Ferdinand II, who is also the Prince of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, was personally arranged by de Louis to live in the Palace of Fontainebleau. The news of the agricultural mission of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies quickly reached the ears of the ambassadors of various countries. That night, the British ambassador, Lord Cowley, came to Jerome Bonaparte and asked euphemistically what Jerome Bonaparte wanted to do. It's just mutual communication. Jerome Bonaparte responded unhurriedly, and then said casually, just like your country's recent exchange with the Russian Empire, the French Empire also needs more friends. Just a few days ago, reading www.urkanshu.com, Jerome Bonaparte received a piece of news from London that the diplomatic envoy of the Kingdom of Great Britain was having a secret exchange with the envoy of the Russian Empire. Lord Cowley looked at Jerome Bonaparte awkwardly. Although he did not know where Jerome Bonaparte got this news, Britain's secret operation obviously violated the previous agreement with France. Britain needs to uphold the will of the people. Lord Cowley was convenient for Britain, since it is the public opinion of Britain. Why can't we communicate as openly as France? Jerome Bonaparte asked back. France longs for peace, and is also willing to maintain peace. We do not want war, nor will we fear of war. I will report to Britain as soon as possible. Lord Cowley replied to Jerome Bonaparte. However, we sincerely hope that the French Empire can maintain peace and order in the Mediterranean. France is always the guardian of order, Jerome Bonaparte assured Lord Cowley. Under the subtle pressure of Jerome Bonaparte, the Kingdom of Britain finally began to suppress the voices of the people against the French Empire to a limited extent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Emperor and Crown Prince. After the diplomatic cold in December, the French Empire finally ushered in its spring in mid-January. On January 15, 1851, when Jerome Bonaparte once again conveyed the slogan "Empire is peace" to the continent, then the leader of the British Tory party, and also the new Prime Minister of Britain, Count Aladin, sent his the new Foreign Secretary, the Earl of Malmesbury, conveyed to the French ambassador to Britain that the Kingdom of Britain welcomes the French Empire to the continental family. P.S. Tory Count Aladin accused Prime Minister Russell of various political mistakes between 1848 and 1851 through the social panic caused by the establishment of the French Empire. For a time, public opinion surged, and Prime Minister Russell was overwhelmed by the surging public opinion. After the fall of Russell's cabinet, Palmerston, the foreign minister who once served as the first opposition of Russell's cabinet, was also kicked out of politics by the Earl of Derby and replaced by the timid and inexperienced Earl of Malmesbury, a replica of Huck. The fall of Russell's cabinet came nearly a year earlier than in history. At the same time, a letter from the Hanoverian royal family, Queen Victoria, passed through the secret channels of the Rothschild family to Jerome Bonaparte. In the letter, Queen Victoria kindly referred to Jerome Bonaparte as "my brother Napoleon III," the title among Orthodox kings. Then, once again expressed to Jerome Bonaparte that he wanted to travel to Paris. It was unclear whether Queen Victoria was sincere or if she meant something. Jerome Bonaparte once again invited Foreign Minister de Roos into the Tuileries Palace. After a brief discussion between the two, Jerome Bonaparte wrote back to Queen Victoria saying that Paris welcomes Queen Victoria and Prince Albert at any time. The letterhead was handed over to Rothschild and the others, and he sent it to Buckingham Palace. Jerome Bonaparte, who solved Britain, is no longer afraid of a sudden all-European war. In his view, the European continent without the financial support of Britain is a mess, let alone a war. To collapse is to be brave. Of course, this is just a joke. Now in the whole of Europe, referring to the countries on the continent, apart from France, is there any major country that is not troubled by its own finances? And there are many examples of mobilizing half of the government to go bankrupt. To rely on such an army to go to war with France is a fool's errand. Sure enough, on the second day after the Kingdom of Britain recognized the French Empire, the younger brother, the Kingdom of Sardinia, who had been diving for nearly a month, made a high-profile claim to support the French Empire. After that, Cava, Minister of Agriculture, apologized to Jerome Bonaparte through secret channels. His humble attitude made Jerome Bonaparte almost have the illusion that this brother can handle it. The reason is simply because the Kingdom of Sardinia is afraid that the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies will take away their position of licking dogs. No one in Cava knew better that the situation of the entire Apennine Peninsula did not depend on Sardinia and the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, but on the French Empire and the Austrian Empire. The Austrian Empire is destined not to allow the Kingdom of Sardinia to complete the great cause of unification, unless they are willing to abandon Lombardy, Venice and a number of middle Italian states, while the French Empire is very different. As long as the diplomatic gains can fully allow the French Empire's army to help fight white labor, no matter what Cava thought in his heart, Jerome Bonaparte had already decided in his heart that this shrunken Bismarck couldn't be more. In order to obtain the understanding of France, Victor Emmanuel II replaced the former chairman of the Council of Ministers, the so-called Prime Minister, with Cava on January 19. The new Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sardinia, Cava, sent a request to the French ambassador to Sardinia. He hoped that the Kingdom of Sardinia could also join the agricultural talks between the French Empire and the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. This obvious spoiler was naturally rejected by the ambassador mercilessly. Even so, Cava, who was still unwilling, gritted his teeth and applied for funding to Victor Emmanuel II, and then gave it to Jerome Bonaparte as an admirer. Sister Mathilde Bonaparte. This euphemistic way of giving gifts naturally won the favor of Mathilde Bonaparte. At the personal invitation of Mathilde Bonaparte, Cava took advantage of the situation to lead a team of agricultural experts to France. Cava's secret weapon is hidden among the group of experts. On January 20th, when Jerome Bonaparte learned that his sister had been invited to Paris by Cava's gem captured, He felt a headache. The kingdom of the Two Sicilies and the kingdom of Sardinia already had some irreconcilable contradictions on the issue of Italian unification. However, Jerome Bonaparte believed that Cavour should not be so politically savvy. That night, Jerome Bonaparte went alone to the palace of Fontainebleau to meet with the crown prince of the kingdom of the Two Sicilies. The crown prince and the emperor, two people of different identities and ages, are sitting on the seats of the palace of Fontainebleau. Above their heads is an ancient Greek portrait with a gold border, and on the table beside the seats is also placed vessels carved with ancient Greek motifs. These ornaments are mostly from the Bourbon period, and some objects even witnessed the whole process of the rise and fall of the Bourbon dynasty. Now that the Bourbon dynasty has been destroyed, they are still intact in the palace of Fontainebleau. I have to admit that sometimes the lifespan of cultural relics is much longer than that of a dynasty. Looking at this young boy in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but think of himself back then. In his previous life, he vaguely remembered that he was still in high school at that time, and he didn't know anything about national affairs at all. Jerome Bonaparte's eyes gradually softened, and he asked slowly, "Do you know why you were sent to France by your father?" "No, I don't know." Francesco II, who was only 16 years old, responded timidly. Francesco II, who is slightly timid in character, did not understand why his father sent him to the French Empire, and what was his purpose in coming here. Since arriving in Paris, Francesco II has never been step out of the gate of the Fontainebleau Palace. Looking at the future king of the Two Sicilian kingdom with some lack of character in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte suddenly understood why the historical Two Sicilian kingdom would collapse at a touch point in a country with an absolute monarchy. The character of the monarch will affect the future direction. Especially when the war of unification in Italy was in full swing. The weak monarch was destined to be abandoned by his subjects. Jerome Bonaparte decided to instill some political experience in this guy, whose political experience was still a blank piece of paper. The unification of the Apennine Peninsula was not a good thing for France. The purpose of your father sending you to France is to open your eyes, to see the world clearly, Jerome Bonaparte explained to Francesco II as he slowly adjusted his cuffs. "Open your eyes and see the world." Francesco II's eyes were full of doubts. These were words that he could not hear in the mouths of teachers and priests. His teachers would only keep teaching him to be devout to God, to be kind to the world. Take the previous example. Why wasn't the Sardinian kingdom overthrown by their people? Why did your father Ferdinand II have to suppress the army? Jerome Bonaparte asked a pointed question. Francesco II had a disgusted expression on his face. He was not good at disguising, and said bad things about Sardinia to Jerome Bonaparte. "The kingdom of Sardinia has betrayed the Lord, and they are associated with the mob. If you really think so, I can assert that the rule of the kingdom of the Two Sicilies will end in your hands." Jerome Bonaparte responded coldly, "You will become a sinner." Jerome Bonaparte's cold words made Francesco II's face pale. He couldn't imagine what would happen if the kingdom of the Two Sicilies ended in his own hands. "No, it won't." Francesco II shook his head desperately and retorted, "We still have a loyal army and loyal nobles." Loyalty? Jerome Bonaparte still tore up Francesco II's disguise mercilessly. "You mean those Swiss guards? Don't forget how His Majesty the Pope was driven out. The so-called loyalty is only relative when the army's guns face a mob of 10,000 www.riyadh1.com or even 100,000. Can they really be ruthless? Even if your army can resist the mob, what will you use to resist Garibaldi? The kingdom of Sardinia, under the blow of Jerome Bonaparte's words, Francesco II's face became paler and paler, and the scene of the overthrow of the kingdom of the Two Sicilies appeared in his eyes. Francesco II was speechless. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Francesco II quietly, and he sat on the chair with his legs crossed. After a while, Francesco II finally realized the purpose of his father calling him to go to France, and he said humbly, "You must have a way, right?" Francesco II looked at Jerome Bonaparte with earnest eyes. Due to the influence of Ferdinand II's liberal ideas, Francesco II was very interested in Jerome Bonaparte. Bey is not as disgusted by the real orthodox monarch. He believes that the guy who builds the empire on his own must have his own advantages. It's a pity I don't have a complete solution. Jerome Bonaparte spread his hands, and then added, "The situation on the Apennine Peninsula is far more complicated than you think." Chapter 332, Precepts and Deeds. For Jerome Bonaparte, who tried to revise history, referring to recommending the Pope to implement reforms in 1848, the Apennine Peninsula was like Spain after the expansion of nationalism. If the French Empire could not act recklessly in accordance with the will of the Italian nation, it would only fall into a situation even more embarrassing than that of Spain. Compared with being caught in the Apennine quagmire, supporting an agent is undoubtedly a better choice for you. However, history has once again proved that in the face of huge interests, agents will blatantly jump back. More than 200,000 French troops attacked and swept the city against the artillery of the Austrian army, and the army of the Sardinian kingdom casually trampled on the originally divided territory. This is simply challenging the bottom line of France. At this point, the French Empire could only swallow the bitter fruit. If there is the kingdom of the two Sicilies, then everything seems to be able to proceed according to the established policy. The kingdom of the two Sicilies and the Papal States can serve as an explosion-proof net to contain the kingdom of Sardinia. Although it is true that the kingdom of the two Sicilies in history cannot pose a crisis to the kingdom of Sardinia, it does not mean that the kingdom of the two Sicilies cannot resist the attack of the Kingdom of Sardinia. The army of the Kingdom of Sardinia was at best a second-rate European army, and it was only because of Garibaldi's help that it was able to win the Kingdom of the two Sicilies. As long as Garibaldi's Red Shirt army is excluded, the army of the Kingdom of two Sicilies plus the help of France, the Kingdom of two Sicilies will surely be able to successfully resist the Kingdom of Sardinia. The French army lacked everything except the officers of the royalists' legitimacy. Sooner or later, Jerome Bonaparte will replace them all, and then train a group of officers loyal to him. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte looked at Francesco II with fiery eyes, and involuntarily secretly said in his heart, "Strange goods can live there." Then, Jerome Bonaparte thought about whether this would be Ferdinand II's original idea. "Although I can't solve the situation on the Apennine Peninsula, I can teach you how to gain the support of the army. As long as you can gain the support of the army, then you can be invincible." Jerome Bonaparte told Francesco II road. Francesco II hurriedly asked how to gain the support of the army. A good monarch must let the army understand you and know you, and stay in the court for a long time. To let the monarch cut off the connection with the army, Jerome Bonaparte said to Gi Francesco II, "The monarch is holy, but it is not omnipotent. All instructions issued by the monarch are carried out from top to bottom, and any error in any link in the middle means that the monarch's order cannot be conveyed. If you master a division, you must let the battalion commander know you. If you master an army, you must let the head of the regiment know you. Only in this way can you truly be consistent with the decree. If you give up the right to control the army, then your enemies will certainly try to control the army. Your enemies will use your armies against you, and any defeat will bring down the monarch's authority." Jerome Bonaparte was especially serious and cautious when it came to military affairs. Since the end of the Great Revolution, the people of Paris have only given Emperor Napoleon the only second chance to make a comeback. This also determines that Jerome Bonaparte must never fail, at least not suffer a failure like the Franco-Prussian War. Otherwise, he can only roll down from the throne in disarray. Francesco II nodded in understanding. "You are lucky. The Bourbon dynasty has been rooted in the kingdom of the two Sicilies for hundreds of years, and you have a group of peasants who are loyal to the kingdom. They don't know what a republic is, and they can be said to be the best and most loyal soldiers. All you have to do is use the nobles to control the army, and at least replace the battalion commander, and above in the army with your people. At the same time, keep the army stationed as far away from the city as possible, so that part of the ideas in the city will not be introduced into the army." Jerome Bonaparte said to Francesco II one by one, "Don't put all the soldiers collected in one area together. It is easy to cause mutiny. There is also an area where the army is transferred as far as possible. You can send the Naples team to Sicily, and the Sicilian troops to Naples. In this way, the two regions will be stationed with different troops, and the troops and people will be separated, and the risk of their mutiny will be greatly reduced." After talking about the preventive coup d'état, Jerome Bonaparte paused and continued, "In politics, Try to maintain the principle of neutrality. You have to remember one thing, you must try to bring everyone into one framework, even if there are those who oppose you. As long as they operate within the framework of your design, they will not be able to escape from your hands. A good monarch should be governed by rule. As long as the army is in your hands, those people will not be able to turn the sky. Revolutionaries are also divided into factions, and they also have different interests and demands from each other. All you have to do is let them fight each other, and the harder they fight, the more stable your rule will be. You can even use hints to accomplish what you want to accomplish yourself. Times have changed, and blindly following the past ideas of governing the country will only bring the country into trouble. Then, Jerome Bonaparte concluded, the rich are your targets. You should try to share some power with them, but don't trust them blindly. Too much trust will only make them stretch unreasonable ambition. Farmers are your most powerful assistants. Don't let your assistants contract the city disease. The last is the nobility. The nobility is your foundation. As long as the pillar of the nobility does not collapse for a day, you will not face the danger of collapse. Will the nobility disappear? Francesco II said with trembling. His face showed fear and panic. The title of nobility will not disappear. Jerome Bonaparte sighed, but the nobility will be gradually replaced, and it is this era that replaces them. We cannot reverse the tide of this era. We can only adapt to this era, then carve out a path that belongs to you. This is what you do, and it is what I do. In the eyes of Francesco II, the image of Jerome Bonaparte suddenly became taller, and there was a look of worship in his eyes. You have to remember what I said. Jerome Bonaparte put the collection on the table and gently rubbed it. Why are you telling me this? Francesco II asked Jerome Bonaparte. Benefits. Jerome Bonaparte responded indifferently. The interests of the kingdom of the two Sicilies are the same as those of the French Empire. So your father asked you to come and learn more about this empire, and I will teach you these. Do you know? During your stay in Paris, the new prime minister of the kingdom of Sardinia wants to come over again and again. Why? Francesco II asked Jerome Bonaparte suspiciously. Besides reunification, they have no reason to please me. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged and said to Francesco II, You can't promise him. Francesco II panicked for a moment. He hurriedly said to Jerome Bonaparte, if Italy is unified, if it is unified, if I'm willing to unify Italy, why should I tell you this? Jerome Bonaparte comforted Francesco II and then changed the conversation. But I can't face it either. Refuse Cava's request. If that's the case, then it would be even better. Francesco II breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to a friendly smile and pretended to be an adult, and said to Jerome Bonaparte, Two Sicilies the kingdom is not willing to unify the Apennine, and we are also willing to work closely with France. That couldn't be better. Jerome Bonaparte also smiled. He extended his hand to the future king and said, May the friendship between the French Empire and the kingdom of the two Sicilies last forever. Francesco II shakes hands with Jerome Bonaparte. In the following days, the French Emperor Jerome Bonaparte participated in a military parade with Francesco II. The military parade is a way to show the strength of France to the outside world, and it is also a way to increase the credibility of Jerome Bonaparte's words. Francesco II looked at the mighty and majestic teacher in front of him, and his eyes could not help revealing a bit of envy. If the kingdom of the two Sicilies can also have such a majestic army, then they will not be afraid of the kingdom of Sardinia. Under the order of Jerome Bonaparte, the train carried the French army and moved quickly. Jerome Bonaparte, who took the special train, taught Francesco II the role of the train and the army in the carriage. www.riyadh1.com Francesco II carefully listened to Jerome Bonaparte's explanation. After the military parade, Jerome Bonaparte led Francesco II to visit Paris. During this period, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sardinia Cava repeatedly wanted to talk to Jerome Bonaparte, but Morny refused for various reasons. Cava's heart became even more anxious, and he once again tried to find Jerome Bonaparte through Mathilde Bonaparte's waypoint. In the end, Jerome Bonaparte finally agreed to meet him, but the meeting place was not at an official venue such as the Tuileries Palace, but on the way to a literary salon, held by Mathilde Bonaparte. Roma Bonaparte quietly entered to meet Cava. Your Majesty, Cava said to Jerome Bonaparte, immediately saluting. Mr. Cava, Jerome Bonaparte slightly to Cava. I have a general idea of your purpose. I can tell you, now that the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies are the most important things in the French Empire. My partner, I don't want to see any conflict between the two. Chapter 333, Cava's Beauties. Jerome Bonaparte used short words to directly block all Cava's subsequent remarks that were unfavorable to the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. Since the boss of his own family believes that the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies is a harmless country to humans and animals, there is no reason for him to stop his boss from continuing to accept dogs. Cava can't point to the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies and talk nonsense. They have different ideas. All Cava can do now is to make a good impression on Jerome Bonaparte and try to make Jerome Bonaparte lean towards them as much as possible. Your Majesty, we are not here to compete with the two Sicilian kingdoms. On the contrary, we are delighted that more and more countries can establish friendly relations with you. The peace of Europe cannot be guaranteed without the concerted efforts of European countries, and we regret I didn't get to witness your enthronement. The sophisticated Cava congratulated Jerome Bonaparte in a drippy political language. Thank you to the Kingdom of Sardinia for recognizing the French Empire. The French Empire also sincerely wishes the Kingdom of Sardinia to get better and better. Jerome Bonaparte casually said. His attitude was obviously a little slack compared to the last meeting. If it wasn't for the initiative to flatter the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, Jerome Bonaparte might still consider talking to Cava. The current French Empire's vassal state on the Apennine Peninsula is not only the Kingdom of Sardinia, but the importance of the Kingdom of Sardinia in Jerome Bonaparte's heart has also dropped by one level. What's more, the Kingdom of Sardinia likes a country that makes big news from time to time. Jerome Bonaparte really doesn't want to be kidnapped by the Kingdom of Sardinia and have to fight. Jerome Bonaparte was happy to take a man as a dog, but he couldn't be led away by a dog. Cava also heard the laziness in Jerome Bonaparte's words, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. If the emperor was really drawn by the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, then the only thing that awaits the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Italian nation is a permanent split. Cava was a staunch Italian nationalist, but he was also a loyal moderate monarchist who believed that only the Kingdom of Sardinia could unify the Apennine Point. In order to complete the blueprint of the Apennine Peninsula in his heart, he could sacrifice everything of himself. Thinking of this, Cava decided to pull out his secret weapon. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty," in order to express his apology for not being able to participate in the coronation. "Our king specially ordered me to present a gift like you." Cava deliberately put the word gift at home, which somehow aroused Jerome Bonaparte's interest. Although the Sardinian kingdom is only a medium-strength kingdom, the Savoy family is indeed a royal family with a long history, and it is not allowed to collect rare treasures in their hands. However, he still has no hope that the Savoy family can come up with something that excites him. For Jerome Bonaparte, whether it is marriage with the Savoy family or seeking the throne for the Bonaparte family, it is not as good as the throne below his own as excessive expansion will only focus Europe's attention on France once again, making France difficult. Besides, why should he use his own throne, the French Empire, to fight for the throne of the Bonaparte family, the Kingdom of Middle Italy? That crooked melon and cracked jujube of the Bonaparte family should change careers as soon as possible. Jerome Bonaparte suddenly discovered that, since he became emperor of the French Empire, the ambitions of the entire Bonaparte family had also grown, and many members of the Bonaparte family began to fantasize unrealistically about Jerome Bonaparte. They was able to break into the Rhineland, trod down Italy, and regain their lost throne once again. For such a person, Jerome Bonaparte is really too lazy to pay attention. Without the life of a king, but trying to be a king forcibly, the result will only be a dead end. It really costs you money. Jerome Bonaparte continued to express his shamelessness to the fullest. "Please take me to thank King Victor Emmanuel II. Then, Jerome Bonaparte showed a look of anticipation, and he couldn't wait to see what the gift looked like. "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. The gift will arrive at your ball tomorrow." Cava replied to Jerome Bonaparte. "Okay." Jerome Bonaparte nodded and replied to Cava, "I look forward to your gift." Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte and Cava had a conversation about the Apennine Peninsula. During this period, Cava kept testing Jerome Bonaparte's attitude towards the Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. Exposes the link between Henry V and the Bourbon to Sicilian branch. Jerome Bonaparte just laughed at Cava's almost clumsy provocation. Between the interests of the state and the affection of the monarch, Jerome Bonaparte had reason to believe that Ferdinand II put the former above the latter. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Ferdinand II to send the crown prince to communicate with the French Empire. In the Orthodox realm, Jerome Bonaparte is still a complete usurper in this exchange in the name of literature. Jerome Bonaparte and Cava did not reach any substantive exchange of views, and most of the time it was just perfunctory. The exhausted Cava said goodbye to Jerome Bonaparte and returned to the high-end hotel next to the Sardinian embassy in France by carriage. All the members who came to France this time lived in this hotel. He had just entered the hotel room before he took off his painful suit when he heard a knock on the door. Cava had to put on a suit and open the door again. A slightly petite girl, about 13 or 4 years old, was wearing a light blue dress with a pink feather in her hair. Although she is still young, she has an unusually beautiful face, a slender waistline, and an incompatibility with her age, which makes all mature men crazy. "Cousin." She saluted Cava, who was nearly 30 years older than him, and called Cava her cousin. Yes, she is the secret weapon in Cava's hands, and is also an important part of Cava's plan to revive Italian unity. This secret weapon was originally to be dedicated to Jerome Bonaparte in a few years, but now it seems that he has to use it. "Cousin." Count Cava looked at the 13-year-old distant cousin with a serious expression. "The time has come when the Kingdom of Sardinia needs you. I will send you to the Tuileries tomorrow." The emperor in front of. "I see." Cousin nodded and responded to Cava with a voice like an aureole. "I wish you success, my cousin. By all means succeed." Count Cava's expression was very solemn, and in his mouth, cousin seemed to be accomplishing a great thing. Cousin nodded again to show understanding. The next night, the ball in the Tuileries Palace officially began. Jerome Bonaparte, dressed in the emperor's casual clothes, came to the ball, and beside him was Francis dressed in Rococo style. Section I. Recently, the Emperor of the French Empire has always liked to take this exotic prince with him from time to time to impart some knowledge. If it weren't for the fact that the age difference between the two was not very large, many people almost thought it was the illegitimate child of Jerome Bonaparte. Under the guidance of Jerome Bonaparte, Francesco II has indeed grown to a certain extent. At least he will no longer be as timid as before. And he respects Jerome Bonaparte more and more in his heart. Nabis Jerome Bonaparte was also happy to see him succeed in maintaining this kind of teacher-friend relationship. The friendship of monarch is nothing more than that. Remember that all the actions of a monarch must be in accordance with his position. For example, I'm attending an atypical aristocratic ball. Jerome Bonaparte ignored other people's opinions and pointed to the ball in the ball. Some people said to Francesco II next to him, most of them are French industrial and commercial giants, and they probably started in the imperial period. Communication with them doesn't have to be so complicated. Just need to understand just what they need. When you can't meet everyone's needs, you have to sacrifice some people's interests to meet other people's interests. This is the key to maintaining stability. Francesco II looked at the guys in all kinds of exotic clothes in front of him, and he seemed to have some experience. Go. Try to blend in with them. You may be able to get something from them. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand generously and encouraged. After Jerome Bonaparte parted with Francesco II, he soon saw Cava again. He walked slowly to Cava and said briskly, "Mr. Cava, we are again. See you, Your Majesty." Cava replied respectfully, "The gift has arrived at the ball." Huh. Jerome Bonaparte showed a surprised expression. Riyadh1.com looking around. They were all people. "Where are there any gifts? You don't mean to say that the gifts you prepared are in the crowd?" "In, Your Majesty, please look." Cava pointed the retraction into the distance. Jerome Bonaparte looked in the direction of Cava's finger. At this moment, he seemed to see an elf in a blue dress slowly walking away from him. For a moment, Jerome Bonaparte wondered if he had entered the wrong world. Could it be that he has crossed into a world of asterisk? With her stunning appearance and slender figure, the cousin successfully attracted the attention of Jerome Bonaparte, and also attracted the attention of the men at the ball. Many men wanted to invite her to dance with her, but they were politely declined. cousin came to Jerome Bonaparte, stretched out his tender and white hand and introduced himself. "Your Majesty, my name is Virginia Aldoini." Chapter 334. Fun at the court of Bonaparte. When the little girl in front of him called out his name, Jerome Bonaparte immediately recalled the girl's origin. Virginia Aldoini, Countess of Castiglione, attracted Napoleon III, Louis Napoleon, to become one of Napoleon III's mistresses with her beautiful appearance and soft figure. Because of her help, Cava was able to keep in touch with the Tuileries Palace from time to time, so as to make coping strategies. It can be said that she is a veritable female diplomat, except that her cousin in history should meet her 4 years later, in the middle of the Crimean War in 1856, when she seemed to be only 18 years old. In this way, she is less than 14 years old now. According to Jerome Bonaparte's previous life, girls in this age group are still in junior high school, but this poor child is willing to be the promoter of the unification of Italy at a naive age. Some sadness. Virginia Aldoini suddenly found that the French emperor's eyes were still full of desire from other men a moment ago. Pity, a look she had only seen from her father. Virginia Aldoini curtsied like a little adult. "Your Majesty." Looking at the little girl who pretended to be an adult in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte felt a wicked taste in his heart, and he stretched out his hand, just when thought that His Majesty the Emperor would invite this beautiful woman to dance, including Victoria Aldoini herself. Jerome Bonaparte's next move was beyond everyone expected. Jerome Bonaparte showed a wicked smile on his face, and then lightly flicked Victoria's forehead. Everyone present showed expressions of surprise, and Victoria also watched Jerome Bonaparte's movements with astonishment. Then, Jerome Bonaparte called for Vaudreuil, the director of the ball. "No such person is allowed to come to the ball in the future," Jerome Bonaparte said to Vaudreuil, pointing to Victoria. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte finished speaking, the faces of Victoria and Cava turned pale for a moment. Everyone present cast a sympathetic look at Victoria, but no one dared to argue for her. Jerome Bonaparte's remarks almost completely blocked the possibility of Victoria from participating in the Salon gathering in France. No one in France has yet dared to disobey Jerome Bonaparte's wishes. Cava felt a chill surge from his spine to his head, and the secret weapon he had worked so hard to prepare failed like this. Victoria's face also showed a touch of despair and resentment. She didn't understand why she suffered such a fate. This guy seemed very different from the guys who used to peek at her body. Vaudreuil, who also did not understand what was going on, could only take Jerome Bonaparte's words in his heart. "Okay, everyone, let's go." Jerome Bonaparte also realized that his behavior just now seemed to be a social ban on a lady, and he hurriedly asked the onlookers to disperse. The bourgeois at the ball were also unwilling to offend the emperor for a woman, and they broke up under the emperor's order. Only Jerome Bonaparte, Cava and Victoria were left at the scene. Then, Jerome Bonaparte said to Cava again, "Count Cava, come with me." Then, he pointed to Victoria and added, "Come with me too." Seeing that the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the better, Cava and Victoria hurriedly followed Jerome Bonaparte away from the ball. After Jerome Bonaparte left, many bourgeois regretted that Victoria was blocked by Jerome Bonaparte, and I'm afraid that this young woman will never be seen in social places again, because all social places make her an unwelcome target. On the other hand, Cava and Victoria followed Jerome Bonaparte to a room. "I made a blunder just now." Jerome Bonaparte apologized for having almost banned a woman just now. "Please, don't say that." Cava instantly understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant, and he responded humbly to Jerome Bonaparte. Victoria, who was standing aside, obviously did not understand the meaning of this sentence. At this time, she was still immersed in Jerome Bonaparte's ruthless ban on her. Seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte immediately called a female officer and ordered her to put Victoria in a room. After Victoria left, only Cava and Jerome Bonaparte remained. "Your Excellency Count, I'm very satisfied with your gift," Jerome Bonaparte said to Cava, and then pretended to be ignorant and asked, "You must have spent a lot of money to get it, right? It's an honor for me to receive your praise." With a smile on his face, the Count of Cava knew that he must not expose his relationship with Victoria, otherwise Victoria would be very likely to be arrested. As a spy, it didn't cost much. Cava gave a tactful account of the ins and outs, and claimed to have sent her in because he had heard of Victoria's relationship with Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte was a little puzzled, as he remembered he didn't seem to know this guy. Your Majesty, her grandfather once served as a family advisor in Florence. Cava reminded Jerome Bonaparte. Family advisor? There seems to be such a person in the memory of Jerome Bonaparte when his family was exiled to Florence, and then there seems to be a family advisor at that time. Jerome Bonaparte was still young, and many things were already blurred. It turns out that there is such a relationship. Jerome Bonaparte didn't bother about it. The big deal was to let Marcel Yeroja send someone to Florence to investigate. As long as there was a little clue, he could find it to the bottom of the sky. Now she completely belongs to the Tuileries Palace. It's her honor. Cava responded. After the gift was over, Jerome Bonaparte and Cava appeared at the ball together. Everyone was curious about what the two of them talked about, but no one dared to ask. They did not see Victoria until the end of the ball, when many active bourgeois tried to inquire about Victoria through Cava. Cava refused them. Cava silently prayed that his cousin could help the cause of Italian unification, and even once hoped that his cousin could conquer Jerome Bonaparte. In the next few days, Victoria, who lived in the Tuileries Palace, did not conquer the emperor as Cava expected, and even said that Jerome Bonaparte never slept with her at all. This made Victoria wonder for the first time if there was something wrong with her charm. So she repeatedly went to Jerome Bonaparte's study to harass her. He even seduced Jerome Bonaparte repeatedly, licking the corner of his mouth from time to time to make a very seductive gesture. Jerome Bonaparte watched silently what Victoria had done and then corrected the copy, as if Victoria did not exist. Victoria, who was ignored over and over again, gritted her teeth with hatred like a fist on cotton, but she did not dare to reprimand the emperor with harsh words. She could only stand in the body of Jerome Bonaparte. He watched Jerome Bonaparte quietly. This situation continued for several days, until on the morning of February 10th, Jerome Bonaparte, who had revised the plan, raised his head and looked at Victoria, who was half lying on the sofa, wrapped in silk. "Okay, you guy." Finally opened his eyes. In Victoria's excited eyes mixed with arrogance, Jerome Bonaparte got up and gradually approached the sofa. Just when Victoria thought that Jerome Bonaparte was about to make the next move, Jerome Bonaparte took off the love dress hanging on the hanger and threw it to Victoria. Victoria looked at Jerome Bonaparte with a puzzled expression. "Put it on. Don't catch a cold," said Jerome Bonaparte in a commanding tone of Victoria. Victoria put on Love's dress. Not to mention that after Victoria put on Love's dress, there was a feeling of two-dimensional characters crossing into three-dimensional. Jerome Bonaparte was a little absent-minded. Seeing Jerome Bonaparte's expression, Victoria's face flashed a little bit of joy. Riyadh1.com. Even the emperor could not escape after all. After being absent for a while, Jerome Bonaparte answered his previous calm again, and he said again, "What do you want from me? Money? Status? Or honor?" Victoria couldn't tell for a while what she needed. All she did was just the mission given to her by Cava. That's it. "First tell me what you know. Mathematics, biology, physics, or other aspects?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Victoria again. Victoria got stuck again. She didn't seem to have anything to brag about except her beauty. Victoria's silence had long been within Jerome Bonaparte's expectations. How much can a 14-year-old child learn? "So, you have nothing but beauty." Jerome Bonaparte spread his hands and said to Victoria, "And there are no shortage of beautiful people around me. I can say that if I want. I just wave my hand. A group of them can come over. They may be slightly inferior to you in appearance, but they are almost the same when it is dark. So what is your core competitiveness?" Chapter 335. Railway Weaver. Yes. Whether it is the historical Napoleon III, Louis Napoleon, or the current Napoleon III, Jerome Bonaparte, there has never been a shortage of women. Especially after Jerome Bonaparte became emperor, more people tried to copy the path of Marquis Alais. Many people think that Marquis Alais relied on his wife to find his face and became the new favorite. And even some nobles openly pushing his wife to Jerome Bonaparte's side. Chastity is simply an archway in the middle and upper classes of Paris, which undoubtedly made Jerome Bonaparte feel a little distressed. Pure physical pleasure is no longer something that people of Jerome Bonaparte pursue. Compared with the pure enjoyment of the body, he is more concerned about the dual unity of the physical and spiritual levels. To put it bluntly, Jerome Bonaparte himself didn't like people who took the initiative to send to his door. He preferred the kind of people who didn't take the initiative point of people who didn't take the initiative course. Since Jerome Bonaparte did not have many mistresses, Marcos Alice, Eugenie, this also caused the upper class to gossip to a certain extent, and many orthodox aristocrats who were not too serious about the fun secretly even slandered to say that Jerome Bonaparte is not charismatic enough. This is undoubtedly a denial of the regime of Jerome Bonaparte. If the monarch in Paris does not often talk about not enough mistresses or not enough charm, it is a precursor to his downfall point in the 18th and 19th centuries. The first requirement to prove to be a qualified Parisian ruler was to have enough mistresses, which would make you a lot better in the hearts of Parisians, although Parisians preach morality and order all day. In fact, most of them are male prostitutes and female thieves under the dual torture of traditional moral order and personal freedom. It is difficult not to let a person's psychology turn to a perverted side. Even a conservative provincial who has established 3 views can become a pure Parisian, as long as he stays in Paris for a while. This is something that has not changed even in the 21st century. Then again, some of those guys who slandered Jerome Bonaparte were sent to Algeria to eat sand. Some of them were sent to debt prison by Jerome Bonaparte by means of means, and the rest became the Seine River Corps. Debt prison. Similar to the Gulag, it was originally a residence for debtors who lost money, and then gradually forced to become a mental hospital. Many mentally ill people looked healthier than anyone else before going to the debt prison. If Vernier hadn't been a gift from Cava, Jerome Bonaparte and she were 2 worlds at all. Vernier is trying to seduce a careerist with beauty, which is not an impossible task at all. Even Napoleon III of the OTL World line, he just treats Vernier as a snack and breaks up immediately when he feels bored. Not to mention a utilitarian like Jerome Bonaparte. In his eyes Vernier is an uncarved jade. He wants to carve Vernier into what he likes and then enjoy it alone. Vernier was silent, and she suddenly realized that the guy in front of her was not of the same species as those before. The difference between the two is like an arrogant wolf king and a happy family dog. The former is obviously more charming than the latter. P.S. Vernier in history always missed him. After being abandoned by Napoleon III, and after her burial, she was covered with the pajamas that Napoleon III gave her. When Vernier raised her head again, she found that Jerome Bonaparte was looking at her with playful eyes, which made the character a little complacent. The product wrapped in love's gown. Yeah, it's really big. Jerome Bonaparte first nodded in affirmation of Vernier's arrogant capital, then spread his hands and said, "Don't tell me you haven't learned any other abilities? You're going to rely on your looks for a lifetime." Vernier was furious. She did have this idea. However, she also understands that beauty can only become her temporary capital, and the best way is to find an honest person to marry after she reaches a certain age, 16 years old, and then continue to play. Only in this way can she guarantee that her estimated old age will not be eliminated by society, and that European laws and religions will not agree to divorce at all point. In order to fight for the right to divorce, French women, mainly Parisian women, have worked hard for a long time. "You can't help me with anything," Jerome Bonaparte said with a trace of disdain in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "However, I can indeed raise a freelancer here." In order to stimulate Vernier, Jerome Bonaparte said again, "Kindly don't worry, I won't ask Cava to ask for food. Vernier was trembling with anger by Jerome Bonaparte. She couldn't find anything to say. She just lowered her unparalleled charming nose, looking like she was acting cute. "You are beautiful, but some have no brains," said Jerome Bonaparte again. Vernier, who is only 13 years old, can't stand the repeated laughing of Jerome Bonaparte, the master of the fire. The study of Tim Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte in the study looked at the open door of the study and shook his head and said to himself, "I'm still a child after all." After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte showed a happy smile at the corner of his mouth. Compared with the 18-year-old Vernier, the 13-year-old Vernier is simply a natural difference. The former has not really stepped into the society, while the latter has experienced a lot of upper-class charm. This is probably something that Cava did not expect. Over the next few days, Vernier never harassed Jerome Bonaparte again. If it wasn't for Jerome Bonaparte's regular inquiries about the Tuileries maids, he would have almost thought that Vernier had left Paris. During these few days, Cavour also did not seek out Jerome Bonaparte, but had frequent exchanges with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The two sides barely reached a consensus on a broad policy point on February 15th. The agricultural mission of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies left Paris under the intentional connivance of Jerome Bonaparte. The Kingdom of the Two Sicilies received a large amount of capital injection led by the French government. The funds will be continuously transferred to the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies in the form of purchasing the railway bonds of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. That is to say, the railway will blossom in the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. The new domestic steel industry will also make a lot of money from the railway orders of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. Sicilies, however, since the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies itself cannot obtain higher returns, and there may even be the risk of losses, Jerome Bonaparte also dared not let the Paris Stock Exchange alone bear the claims of the railway of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies risk point. So he met again with the Count of Argaux, president of the Banque de France, and told him about the railway bond of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. Your Majesty, please be blunt. The railway debt of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies is a pile of rubbish. Count Argaux bluntly said to Jerome Bonaparte, I even doubt whether they have the ability to repay the huge railway bonds. Jerome Bonaparte also nodded his head in empathy. If it weren't for political and strategic needs, I am afraid only a fool would buy bonds issued by the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. Even in the 21st century, the Two Sicilies and Naples are still targets of poverty alleviation. Of course I understand, that's why I asked you to discuss a solution. You said that Banque de France has the ability to package this batch of government bonds and put them on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. Jerome Bonaparte tried the routine used by William II in order to win over relations with the Russian Empire. Use France's own credit to endorse the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies and then put all the debt on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. In this way, the railroad debt risk of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies will be transferred to the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. If done right, France can also earn a portion of the handling fee. Jerome Bonaparte's words made Count Argaux's eyes light up, and he said excitedly, Your Majesty, I think this can be done. Not only the railway claims of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, but also the railway bonds of our own country. Jerome Bonaparte suddenly realized that his own secondary railway could also be put into the German market. The leaks experience what is called the capital market. The current German region is somewhat similar to the form of the Usury Empire. Excessive division has prevented Germany from forming a market in the true sense. The road of industrialization is not as fast as the later German Empire, which has also caused Germany to a certain extent. Assets stagnated, and the German bourgeoisie also liked to buy bonds from Europe. London, Paris, Frankfurt, and Brussels are the bonds that cover the whole of Europe. Riyadh1.com just do what they say. Jerome Bonaparte called the then Minister of Railways Beroche. Jerome Bonaparte informed Beroche about the construction of the secondary railway, and Beroche responded with some concerns. Your Majesty, our main trunk line is still under construction. Is there any way to start the secondary railway now? It's too early. Don't be afraid. Jerome Bonaparte encouraged Beroche. We must learn to use the chicken to lay the egg. Subsequently, Jerome Bonaparte informed Beroche of his thoughts. Beroche's expression changed in a variety of ways, and he never thought that there was such an operation in the world. P.S. The symbol of early capitalism makes people feel terrible, and the follow-up routine of capitalism is only after the emergence of monopoly capitalism. After the first 5 world wars, the emergence of nuclear weapons brought an end to the wars of great powers, and also brought the operation of capitalism to its peak. I see. Chapter 336. Establish a financial supervision system. On February 25, 1852, a company called the Intercity Railroad was quietly established. At the same time, the French railway minister Beroche also made a high-profile announcement that the main trunk line of the French railway was almost completed, and the secondary line was under intense preparation, and the plan was likely to start in 1853. Beroche's words can be said to have caused 1,000 waves, and the middle class and bourgeois who tasted the profits brought by the first railways began to follow the secondary lines in full swing. Profitable business, but how do they know that the second level railway is basically a loss-making project? In the extreme, the construction of the railway itself is a loss-making business. If they are really allowed to contribute, the Ministry of Railways may really have to consider whether they can withstand the riots caused by market risks. Therefore, the bonds of the secondary railway were transferred to the Gort bankers who were entrenched in the Banque de France in the form of contracts, and then they transported the loss-making shares to the Frankfurt Stock Exchange and the Brussels Stock Exchange in the form of packaging and listing. It is equivalent to Frankfurt and Brussels taking risks for the construction of the French railway. When will the secondary rail risk explode? And when will Frankfurt 5 Brussels usher in a 19th century version of Black Friday? Jérôme Bonaparte roughly estimated the power of a railway financial bomb, and the Frankfurt Stock Exchange and the Brussels Stock Exchange would have to lose a layer of skin, even if they got away with it. Jérôme Bonaparte, who planted a bomb in Germany in order to prevent others from digging holes by himself. Jérôme Bonaparte secretly contacted a group of leading figures in Saint-Simons economics, and in there with the help, most of the work is done by them. A set of financial supervision mechanisms with administrative instructions as the main body is achieved. The inspection team of this regulatory mechanism is mainly responsible for examining black money in the financial market, as well as fraudulent transfer of assets. It can be said that it is the enhanced financial supervision policy of Jérôme Bonaparte in the 1850s. Financial supervision and circuit breaker mechanism are enough to prevent macro duo gradually stifling most financial crises and a bad point. If it wasn't for the times, Jérôme Bonaparte even wanted to rectify the operation of the financial real name system. In the end, I was persuaded by the scholars of the Saint-Simons School of Economics. Even so, Jérôme Bonaparte was unavoidably scolded by some bankers as a tyrant. Behind his back, many middle-class little bourgeois also have a lot of criticisms about Jérôme Bonaparte's supervision system. After the scars are forgotten, they think that Jérôme Bonaparte's actions are hindering them in the capital. The market makes a profit. The little bourgeois projected all his distaste for the dictatorship system onto the supervisory mechanism. Only when the financial crisis broke out would they discover the advantages of the financial market under the control of executive orders. It was sunny on March 3, 1852. Jérôme Bonaparte woke up from his sleep early in the morning and opened the window as usual. A gentle spring breeze blew on Jérôme Bonaparte's face and blew away Jérôme Bonaparte's drowsiness. Since mid-February to the present, the temperature in Paris has gradually increased, and the spring breeze has swept away the last chill in Paris, making the city once again exuding a scene of competition and vitality. Many aristocrats and bourgeois left Paris for the winter in southern France. They also returned to Paris one after another, and Paris gradually woke up. It was on this day that Cava, who had stayed in Paris for more than half a month, set off to return to Sardinia. Dang. Dang dang. A familiar knock came from the door, and Jérôme Bonaparte stretched out and said lightly, "Please come in." The door opened slowly, and Jérôme Bonaparte showed a look of surprise on his face. It turned out that it was not Mocha who was standing at the door, but Vernier, who had not seen him for a long time. "What's wrong?" Surprised, Vernier's words revealed a little smugness. "A little bit." Jérôme Bonaparte nodded, his expression returning to his original indifference, again hateful. Vernier looked at the guy in front of him, and a nameless fire poured into his heart. If he were not the emperor, he would definitely repair him severely. 13-year-old Vernier is not lacking in imagination. In her mind, she simulates countless scenes of repairing Jérôme Bonaparte. But there is no way to really restore these scenes. "What? Are you going to say goodbye to me?" Jérôme Bonaparte said to Vernier again. "Of course not." Vernier's two tiger teeth rubbed against each other. If possible, she would like to bite this guy hard. "Oh." Jérôme Bonaparte responded indifferently, and then changed into his pajamas in the bedroom, as if no one else was around. Vernier, who was standing at the door, was staring at Jérôme Bonaparte, and she didn't seem to be ready to avoid it. After Jérôme Bonaparte took off all his clothes, Vernier subconsciously blurted out, "The money is very good." Then, knowing that she had lost her words, she slightly covered her mouth with her hand. "Yeah, I think so too." Jérôme Bonaparte also nodded and responded to Vernier. Immediately afterwards, Jérôme Bonaparte walked slowly in front of Vernier, looking at Vernier in a beige place, and wearing a feather ornament. He slowly stretched his retraction towards Vernier. Na's face was as white as milk. Just when Vernier thought that Jerome Bonaparte was going to touch his face, Jerome Bonaparte flicked Vernier's forehead with lightning speed. The sudden attack forced Vernier to cover his forehead with his hand to prevent Jerome Bonaparte from attacking again. Don't get in the way. Jerome Bonaparte left the bedroom along the gap left by Vernier. Give this lady a copy too. Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting in the main seat, pointed at Vernier, who seemed to be sulking, with a steel fork. Don't worry about it. Vernier responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Then, there's no need. Jerome Bonaparte once again brought into play the nature of steel points in the whole of France. Only others will accommodate him, but he will never accommodate others. Jerome Bonaparte, who was full, and Vernier, who had not eaten at all, left the restaurant and went to the study. Sit down. Jerome Bonaparte invited Vernier to sit down, and he asked solemnly, with his hands folded in front of his chest, Miss Vernier, have you considered it? What considerations? Vernier asked Jerome Bonaparte. Are you going to leave with Cava, or do you follow my request? Jerome Bonaparte's tone revealed a condescending aura. Vernier was silent again. I told you, what I need is someone who can help me, not an embroidered pillow, a tool just for venting. Jerome Bonaparte said, your appearance really makes my heart beat, but what I like more is someone who can actually help me. Those of your subordinates, can't they help you? Vernier asked suspiciously. In some cases, women are safer than men. Jerome Bonaparte told Vernier. Aren't you afraid that I will sell you? Vernier couldn't help but come out on impulse. You. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Vernier again. He put away his smile and responded with an indifferent attitude. If you are not afraid of falling into the Seine one day, you can try it. For an ethereal dream, destroy the rest of your life. Jerome Bonaparte naturally knew the identity of Vernier, and in order to intimidate Vernier, Jerome Bonaparte said to her again, I have heard that in the old East there is a punishment for expressing a position, which will a piece of paper is placed on the person's cotton cloth. A piece of paper is really light, and it pours the piece of paper into the water. The paper will stick tightly to the face, because of whoever it is. It won't take long for the prisoner to breathe gradually difficult. Vernier panic. They will try desperately to blow the paper off their faces, but everything is of no use. The feeling of suffocation will become stronger as time goes by. Every minute and every second of you will feel that death is coming quietly, and you really have nothing to do. At that time, the executioner will repeat the same trick and stick a wet paper on your face. Despair will fill your heart, and you will want to die. That's it. When they find out that you are about to die, they will take down your paper intimately point, then you will feel despair over and over again, and I believe that no one in me can withstand the repeated process from despair to hope to despair. The devil, you are the devil. Vernier, who was only 13 years old, was obviously unable to accept the torture from Jerome Bonaparte. She pointed at Jerome Bonaparte with tears in her eyes and joked, yes, I'm the devil. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and admitted, this world is also a world made of devils. Only powerful devils can control this country is full of little devils. Vernier was once again logically off by Jerome Bonaparte. Point after a while, Cava, Prime Minister of Sardinia, appeared in the office of Jerome Bonaparte, who had come to bid farewell to Jerome Bonaparte. Yeah. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and said to Cava, I hope the Sardinian kingdom and the French Empire can have closer cooperation in the future. Also, reading www.ucanshu.com your gift. I'm very satisfied. A flash of surprise flashed in Cava's eyes. He never expected that Jerome Bonaparte would strike so quickly. After all, he was just a 13-year-old child. Cava had some contempt for Jerome Bonaparte in his heart, trying to criticize Jerome Bonaparte on the moral high ground. Cava had forgotten that it was his decision that brought Vernier to the Tuileries. Then, I'm relieved. I wish you a pleasant experience. Cava responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a smile. He was happy for Vernier's entry into the Tuileries palace. After Cava left, Vernier appeared in the study again. I thought you had already returned with Cava. Jerome Bonaparte showed a nonchalant attitude again. This time Vernier didn't seem to be provoked by Jerome Bonaparte. She had already wiped away her tears and said firmly to Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, I ask to stay with you to study. Chapter 337, Ambassador to Constantinople. Can you tell me what prompted you to make this decision? Jerome Bonaparte looked at the rejuvenated future lady in surprise, and he admitted that he really underestimated the resilience of this child. It is really difficult for some strongmen to let a 13-year-old child bear the hope of the unity of the entire Italian nation. So, when Cavour decided to use the beauty trick against him, Jerome Bonaparte did have some contempt for Cavour, and even had a somewhat unfriendly attitude towards Vernier. Your Majesty. Vernier responded affectionately to Jerome Bonaparte with her emerald eyes. When I was very young, my grandfather told me the story of that Majesty. I'm also proud of being able to serve the Bonaparte family, so I volunteered to come to the Tuileries Palace. In order to hope that you can rescue the Italian nation like the Emperor at the beginning. I admit that I'm holding this the purpose of coming here. As for why I stay here, I want to witness the rise of another great man with my own eyes. I feel very honored to be able to follow behind a great man. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Vernier's charming eyes, from which he saw sincerity and fiery point. After ruling out the possibility that Vernier was a 1,000-year-old fox, Jerome Bonaparte believed that about 90% of what she said was trustworthy. Unless Jerome Bonaparte really got it wrong. The relationship between you and Cavour. Jerome Bonaparte asked Vernier again. Cavour is my cousin. Vernier replied immediately. Jerome Bonaparte looked at Vernier with a look of surprise and asked in astonishment. No way. Cavour will soon be your father, cousin. From afar. In fact, we can only trace back 3 generations to the same bloodline. Vernier decided to completely drag out the connection between himself and Cavour. Cavour's purpose for letting you here is to spy on French politics. Although Jerome Bonaparte's tone was ordinary and calm, his macro expression revealed an air of indifference. The 13-year-old Vernier finally had the courage. She mustered up in a blink of an eye. She shook her head like a rattle and said, No. Cousin Cavour just hopes that I can stand by your side. You can feel the passion of the Italian nation for the cause of unification, and we do not have any idea of spying on French politics. Although Vernier does have a simpler mind sometimes, she doesn't dare to be sloppy on key issues. Once the guy in front of him is attracted, the Sardinian kingdom will probably face extinction. Thinking of this, Vernier's body couldn't help trembling, and she regretted what she had done in her heart. I will be a sinner. Just when Vernier thought that he and the Sardinian kingdom were about to end, Jerome Bonaparte strode to Vernier, stretched out his right hand and slapped Vernier with the head. From now on, you are my full-time secretary. Vernier couldn't close her mouth in surprise. She couldn't understand why Jerome Bonaparte appointed her as a full-time secretary. Morny, as the Minister of the Seal, also serves as the head of the secretary's office, and my full-time secretary is really tired. Just let him work with the department full-time. Jerome Bonaparte decided to carry out the secretarial office again. Planning point: the head of the secretary's office was originally a leadership team that connected the secretary's office with the cabinet, but now it is a bit overkill to serve Jerome Bonaparte alone. 14 years old is 14 years old. Anyway, if you don't get paid, it doesn't count as child labor. Me, a full-time secretary? Vernier looked at Jerome Bonaparte in surprise. She couldn't believe her ears. When will women be able to hold official positions in government departments? Except for the king's office. From now on, you will be the first female official. Jerome Bonaparte patted Vernier on the shoulder and said, before you become a secretary, you must study systematically. Learn. Vernier felt dizzy when she heard the word learning. These two things she hated the most. Although she said that her learning talent is very good, she chose to lie down with one hand. In addition to learning the laws of the country, you also need to learn to write manuscripts. Jerome Bonaparte always listed a lot of things she needed to learn, including but not limited to social etiquette, piano, German, law. After learning this, you will be able to become a person who is truly useful to society, not a vulgar person who only relies on beauty. You know all the time, and then look at the situation in the Apennine that you love. Trust me, you will have a new feeling. Jerome Bonaparte encouraged Vernier. I'm afraid that even Cavour could not have imagined that the beauty he had prepared so hard for Jerome Bonaparte would have sent her to study. When they were in the Apennine Peninsula, countless princes, nobles, and ambassadors and consuls hoped that Vernier would grow up quickly and then kiss her. Vernier, who should have had a chance to lay flat, began his forced introversion. Over the next few days, with the help of Mathilde Bonaparte, Jerome Bonaparte finally found all the teachers for Vernier. All teachers were mostly women, and the etiquette classes were taught by Mathilde Bonaparte herself. Since then, Vernier has lived a life of forced introversion, and Jerome Bonaparte has also been sneered by Mathilde Bonaparte, saying, "He is superfluous." Jerome Bonaparte immediately retorted, "He prefers women with knowledge and literacy, and it is best to cultivate them by himself." Throughout March, Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier were busy with each other. Jerome Bonaparte was busy with all kinds of chores at home and abroad. Internally, he carried out small-scale economic innovation, and externally, he constantly tested the attitude between Austria and Prussia. Vernier was in the process of accelerating involution, and she no longer knew how many times she had cursed Jerome Bonaparte in her heart. At the beginning of April, the temperature in Paris remains about the same as in March. However, compared with the warm March, the weather in April has some lingering meanings. The light rain fell on the glass window of the study, making a ticking sound. Looking out through the glass window covered with raindrops, the whole of Paris seemed to be shrouded in rain and fog. There is a lot of rain during the kinging season. Jerome Bonaparte, who was empty now, recited Dumus's poem again, and couldn't help sighing. It has been several years since I traveled to the present, and I still don't know what the situation is over there. The only thing Jerome Bonaparte wished was for his parents not to grieve for him. After a short period of sadness, Jerome Bonaparte once again returned to his seat and threw himself into a new plan. After looking through the list of amnesties of the police department, Jerome Bonaparte drew a few random names and closed them. The vast majority of the amnesty lists submitted by the police department are for members of the list for political crimes. Since the coup of December 1850, Jerome Bonaparte has released some political criminals every few months. The release here is not to send them back to their hometowns, but to drive them out of France, be it Belgium or England. These political prisoners can basically do everything, except that they cannot return to their home countries as far as Jerome Bonaparte is aware. His old rival Victor Hugo is fighting against Jerome Bonaparte recklessly in France. Jerome Bonaparte didn't pay too much attention to those exiles. After mastering the newspapers in France, Jerome Bonaparte has completely cut off the channel of information exchange with the outside world. Any prohibited products need to be tested before they can enter France, and convenient communication tools such as the telegraph are also under the control of Jerome Bonaparte. It can be said that Paris' ears and eyes have been completely blocked by Jerome Bonaparte. After releasing the political criminals, Jerome Bonaparte put aside the information of the police department and turned to the list of appointments and removals from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Since the ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary is an important position in itself, it is simply impossible for the Minister of Foreign Affairs to select and assume the post. Almost all the appointments and removals of diplomatic ambassadors can only be implemented after the second approval of Jerome Bonaparte. Riyadh1.com. Jerome Bonaparte looked at it from top to bottom. The positions of most ambassadors have not changed. Only the appointment of the French ambassador to Constantinople surprised Jerome Bonaparte. D. Roos actually suggested to appoint the latter's ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary to Constantinople. Jerome Bonaparte felt a little incredible. It stands to reason that D. Lewis, who advocates order in his bones, cannot make Villette an ambassador at all. Only those who love war are willing to appoint him. Because Villette himself holds an ultra-Catholic stance, he advocates a tough attitude towards the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire, and protects the rights of the Latin Church from being eroded. It is entirely possible that this tough attitude will lead to a war between the Russian Empire and the French Empire. What on earth did D. Lewis think? Let the members of the Doc d'Orsage hold such an important position. Jerome Bonaparte said to himself. The so-called Doc d'Orsage is a powerful clergy lobby group in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They are best at connecting the Holy Land with the fate of France, so as to achieve the purpose of inspiring people. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Both Kindness and Grace. The thought of Jerome Bonaparte Marina d'Orsage is a little tricky. To be honest, he was not disgusted by the hardline attitude towards the Ottoman Empire, subjecting it to French leadership. This was a French strategic goal throughout the 19th century, not only to minimize the authority of the Ottoman Empire in the Balkans, but also to prevent the Ottoman Empire from showing an avalanche of collapse. Once the Ottoman Empire collapses, the Near East and the Middle East will become a complete hodgepodge of hodgepodge. This ancient and decaying empire can be said to be a breakwater. But the d'Orsage group always wanted to bind the Holy Land to the fate of France, which made Jerome Bonaparte very upset. The strategic goal of co-authoring France must serve the priests, right? If this is the case, how will he, the emperor, carry out his work in the future? The Holy Land is not only in France, but also the Russian Empire. Sooner or later, due to geopolitical reconciliation, France and Russia cannot be offended to death like the Austrian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte would never allow the question of religion to mess up French diplomacy. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte once again called Mocha. Call Commissioner Montalembert. Jerome Bonaparte ordered Mocha Mercury hurried to the home of Montalembert. After receiving orders from Jerome Bonaparte. Fortunately, the rain didn't stop for a long time. The carriage traversed the Champs-Élysées at a high speed. The low-lying rainwater splashed around under the pressure of the wheels to form small waves. Since Montalembert's home is not far from the Tuileries Palace, and there are few pedestrians along the way, Mocha's speed is more than doubled. Mocha, who originally took 8 minutes to arrived at Montalembert's house in less than 5 minutes, and stopped Montalembert, who was about to go out. When Montalembert heard Jerome Bonaparte's summons, his expression showed a slight surprise. Jerome Bonaparte hadn't come to look for him for a long time. Let's go, Montalembert replied to Mocha. After tidying up the corners of his wrinkled lichen. Mocha and Montalembert shared a carriage to the gate of the Tuileries Palace. After Mocha stayed in place to settle the carriage, Montalembert came to Jerome Bonaparte's office alone. Montalembert, who entered the study, saw Jerome Bonaparte standing under the portrait of Napoleon with his head up and his hands behind his back. He hurriedly saluted Jerome Bonaparte and said, "Your Majesty, the Count of Montalembert." Jerome Bonaparte turned around and looked at Montalembert with a blank expression, without a trace of warmth in his words. "I'm here," Montalembert replied immediately. "Can you tell me?" Jerome Bonaparte stared at Montalembert's eyes, lowered and elongated his voice. "What are you trying to do?" Montalembert couldn't help swallowing. He certainly understood why Jerome Bonaparte was angry. Although it is said that he does not belong to the same group as the guys at Orsay-Pire, the small group he is in still has some understanding of the actions of Orsay-Pire. Are you trying to kidnap an entire country to serve you? Jerome Bonaparte snapped at Montalembert. "No, we don't." Montalembert wanted to explain, but he found that he didn't seem to have any way to braid himself. "I know that you have a lobbying group in the government and in the Foreign Office. The reason I leave you alone is to maintain the harmony of the entire class. If you take advantage of my harmonious coexistence with you to kidnap the empire, I'm afraid I promise you, Paris will not agree. There was enough blood in Paris back then." Jerome Bonaparte reprimanded Montalembert in a stern manner, then smiled meaningfully. "I don't want to blood, if not necessary." Jerome Bonaparte's smile made Montalembert feel a chill deep down his spine. The so-called not wanting to shed blood is probably not wanting the priest to be guillotined. Of course, there is another explanation. If he really needs to be guillotined, he will also send them to Napoleon without hesitation. "Your Majesty, d'Orsage is a member of the extremist faction, and Montalembert straightened his chest and said firmly to Jerome Bonaparte, "I advocate gentle treatment." Yes, it's a bit comical that Montalembert has suddenly become a moderate against the backdrop of a lobby group of an ultra-Catholic party such as the d'Orsage. It's like, if you are left enough, then everyone is right in your eyes. "I see. Count Montalembert, please tell some people in the church not to overestimate your own strength. Otherwise, you won't even know how to die." Jerome Bonaparte responded coldly to Montalembert. "I understand." Count Montalembert nodded in a chicken pecking style. "Thanks for your hard work, Jerome Bonaparte. who had basically ruled out the suspicion that Montalembert was the main pusher, instead showed a genial gesture. After Montalembert left, Jerome Bonaparte brought Desrues and Villette over again. After learning that Desrues was based on solidarity with public opinion, recently, extreme Catholicism has become more and more vocal about the Holy Land, and some Republicans have also joined the national advocacy. Jerome Bonaparte turned to consider whether Villette should be made ambassador to Constantinople in accordance with public opinion. After all, since the establishment of the Second Empire, Jerome Bonaparte's prestige has always been in a state of being incomparable. Advocating France's religious power in the Near East can indeed make him more loved by the French people, to be precise, by the clergy class. The current French grassroots are still in the hands of the huge clergy class, and it can be said that the clergy is loved by the people. Therefore, for the clergy class, Jerome Bonaparte has always advocated the use of grace and power to win them over, previously using Montalembert to send messages to the clergy to make them honest was a blessing, and it was a blessing to support Villette as the ambassador of Constantinople to safeguard the interests of the Latin Church. After some explanations, Desrues reassured Jerome Bonaparte that he would personally take care of the diplomacy of the Near East and prevent Villette from acting excessively. Jerome Bonaparte decided to change his mind. However, he had to warn Villette first. Under the order of Jerome Bonaparte, the full-time secretary Vernier sent Desrues out of the Tuileries Palace, and then informed Villette, who was waiting for a summons in the Tuileries Palace guest room, to enter the study. After Villette was invited into the study, Jerome Bonaparte had a detailed discussion with Villette on the Near East, during which he also emphasized that he would exert pressure on the Ottoman Empire to favor France as much as possible, but not to offend Russia too much. If war begins while he is ambassador, he will take full responsibility. Seeing this, Villette could only agree to Jerome Bonaparte, and the flame of war that was stirring in his heart was also successfully extinguished by Jerome Bonaparte. Your Majesty, I wonder if I can send a fleet to Constantinople. Villette cautiously probed Jerome Bonaparte. Only cannonballs can make them completely obey our orders. You can try, but it will take a while. As for the navy, I need to discuss it with Minister Decaux. You go back and wait for the notice. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and issued an order to expel the passengers. After Villette had left, Jerome Bonaparte rode in a carriage to the office of Admiral Decaux. Jerome Bonaparte, who had just stepped into the office, was surprised to find that, for some unknown time, a simple camp bed had been added to Decaux's office. Your Majesty. Decaux quickly got up to meet Jerome Bonaparte. Ah. You going to make the minister's office your second home? Do you make the warship your second wife? Jerome Bonaparte smiled and teased. Decaux also showed a hearty laugh. After the joke was over, Jerome Bonaparte continued to Minister Decaux, come with me, I have a gift for you, Admiralty. Under Decaux's suspicious gaze, Jerome Bonaparte took him away from the Admiralty and came to a building not far from the Admiralty that had not yet been painted. This is. Decaux looked at the building in front of him suspiciously. Go in. Jerome Bonaparte threw the keys to Decaux. Decaux took the key and opened the door of the building. What looked like a rough house on the outside turned out to be a strange place inside. This is a leisure club that has been carefully decorated and laid out. The candles on the ceiling, chandeliers and the gold drapery hanging on the windows all show the strong financial resources behind it. The library area, lounge area, restaurant, and entertainment area, etc. 19th century products are readily available from today. This is your Admiralty. Jerome Bonaparte explained to Decaux. Ah. Dick opened his mouth and looked at everything in front of him in surprise. Accurately speaking, not only your departments have them, Jerome Bonaparte said to Decaux while he came to the pool table and asked, would you like to have a game? I'm very honored. Decaux responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte threw one of the two billiard cues to Decaux, who took it and stroked it. The white ball made of ivory was placed in the designated position by Jerome Bonaparte, and then he used the strength and skill of his left and right hands to push the white ball out fiercely. The small white ball smashed into the piles of other small asterisk like an arrow from the string, and the small piles of small asterisk arranged in a triangle were scattered in an instant. A few asterisk were transferred into the net with the help of strong inertial force, and then Jerome Bonaparte hit the asterisk of other colors with the white ball again. The asterisk entered the net hole under the combined effect of skill and force among. How is the situation with the Navy? When will your new warship be completed? Jerome Bonaparte said to Dicko while aiming at the ball. The construction of the steam gunship has started and is about to be completed, and it is expected to be completed next month. There are still some problems with the ironclad battleship, and we are expected to make a breakthrough by the end of this year. Dicko reported to Jerome Bonaparte on the current progress of the Navy. Okay. Jerome Bonaparte slowly raised his head. Riyadh1.com with a smile on his face. You are doing very well. This is what we should do. Dicko smiled modestly. Good shot. Another billiard. The ball was hit by Jerome Bonaparte's white ball and rolled into the hole. Jerome Bonaparte then asked, where is the Pacific Ocean? Is there any new news? Hurry up. The year should be here too. No news yet. However, I think if there are no problems along the way, it should be here. Dicko responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Have the logistical problems of the Near East been resolved? Jerome Bonaparte raised his cue to observe the position of the balls. In the event of a war, the Navy can fully support the logistics of 150,000 people in the Balkans. Dicko responded confidently. Very good. You really did not disappoint me. Jerome Bonaparte nodded with satisfaction, and then continued, there is one more thing. The new ambassador to Constantinople is about to leave. I hope the Navy can him to Constantinople with warships. Chapter 339, Barracks Restoration in the Near East. Yes, Your Majesty. After hearing Jerome Bonaparte's order to the warship, Admiral Dicko, after hesitating for a moment, responded with a firm tone. Jerome Bonaparte cast a glance at Dicko and ended the game by putting the last ball in the hole. Then, together with Dicko, they took out all the billiards from the net while placing the asterisk in the tripod. While asking Dicko, what were you hesitating just now, Your Majesty? I was just thinking that according to the provisions of the Treaty of London, all warships are prohibited from passing through the Dartagnan Strait. We may cause some conflicts by doing so. Dicko told Jerome Bonaparte about his own concern. According to the treaty, warships in the Dartagnan Strait are indeed not allowed. Jerome Bonaparte nodded in agreement with Dicko's words, and then smiled lightly. But this treaty is now only suitable for ships of the Russian Empire. You forgot that the British Kingdom also broke into the vicinity of Dartagnan 2 years ago, and even threatened Greece with naval guns. After Jerome Bonaparte's reminder, Dicko remembered a series of actions by Britain in the Dartagnan in 1850. Due to the reckless behavior of the British Kingdom at that time, Britain and France cut off communication, and France turned to Russia. Having secured all the billiards, Jerome Bonaparte then put the 2 billiard cues back in their original positions, raised and said to Dicko, the Mediterranean already has 2 naval powers, and there is no need for a third naval power. The so-called Treaty of London is nothing more than to limit the right of the Russian Empire to enter the Mediterranean Sea, which is what Nicholas I should have thought of when he signed the treaty. Powerful countries do not need to be bound by any constraints, and all treaty-sponsoring countries will use the treaty to serve their own country. Unless the Black Sea Fleet of the Russian Empire can overcome the French and British fleets, the Treaty of London will only limit them unilaterally. If the Russian Empire doesn't like it, they can use their own power to break this rule. Dicko quickly understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant. In the end, all the agreements were just choices based on strength. Okay, it's time for me to leave too. I'll leave the matter of the warship to you, Jerome Bonaparte said to Dicko as he took off his coat from the hanger and put it on the body. Dicko and Jerome Bonaparte left the Navy Club together. After they walked out of the Navy, they took 2 carriages parked at the door and left in different directions. Jerome Bonaparte, who returned to the Tuileries Palace, is ready to devote himself to intense work. Compared with his sloppy cousin in history, Jerome Bonaparte clearly understands how to be an excellent leader. Before he actually threw himself into work, he also took a sneak peek at Vernier, who was studying point in mid-April 1852. Villette was given the title of Ambassador of France to Constantinople, and was about to go to Constantinople to replace the previous ambassador when Villette arrived. At the port of Marseille from Paris, a steam battleship with 90 guns appeared in the port, which was the means of transportation for Valette to go to Constantinople. Under the eyes of Valette and all the crowd watching the lively port, a small boat was slowly placed on the sea from the steam battleship. The navy crew on the small boat gently rowed the wooden oars, and with the familiar skills of the crew, the wooden oars lightly moved, and the boat floated away. The boat approached the port of Marseille, and the crew standing on the boat shouted the name Valette. Valette quickly emerged from the crowd, and waved to the crew, who quickly brought the boat closer to Valette. In this way, Valette, who was in a small boat, got on the battleship that went to Constantinople to report his duties. The propeller at the bottom of the steam battleship was slowly started under the strong push of the steam, and gradually disappeared from the sight of people. The day after Valette left Paris for Constantinople to serve as ambassador, William I, the regent of the Kingdom of Prussia, Frederick William IV was unable to manage due to mental problems, declared to the public, welcomed the French Empire to the European family. This means that France has been accepted by two first-class powers, and only two countries, Russia and Prussia, have not recognized France. After the regent of the Kingdom of Prussia recognized the French Empire as a brother of the monarchy, the Austrian Empire, which had been quarreling with the French Empire, finally reached an agreement. The nobles, who were afraid that Prussia would gain the favor of France, decided not to insist anymore. At Lanz's behest, Felix Schwarzenberg, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Austrian Empire, recognized the establishment of the French Empire, and welcomed Bonaparte's brother on behalf of his monarch. The Russian Empire suddenly discovered that the pace of the British, Prussian, and Austrian countries and the Russian Empire gradually became inconsistent. The Holy Alliance seemed to be on the verge of crumbling, and Nicholas I, who was aware of the crisis in the Russian Empire, sent people to Prussia and Austria to allow their attitude, while quietly sending ambassadors to the French Empire, ready to repair relations at any time. Poor Vladimirovich made a mistake. He expected Tsar Nicholas I's hatred for the French Empire, but he did not expect the change in the attitude of the Kingdom of Prussia and the Empire of Austria to the French Empire. A few months ago, he was the darling of Tsar Nicholas I, who became Nicholas I's scapegoat, taking on the scapegoat of the Russian Empire and the French Empire. At the same time, Karol Necherody, who was idle at home, ushered in his own spring once again. At the suggestion of Karol Necherody, Nicholas I decided to repair the broken diplomatic relations with the French Empire. Repair is repaired. Nicholas I was not persuaded by Karol Necherody on the issue of title. He has always believed in the crown bestowed by heaven with orthodox principles and religion in his mind, and Napoleon III was just the untouchable crown. Crichton put it on his head. How could someone like Jerome Bonaparte be compared with their orthodox monarchs? Therefore, on the issue of title, Nicholas I still adhered to his own opinion, and used Friend to represent his disdain for Jerome Bonaparte. This move by Nicholas I succeeded in angering some members of the Bonapartists, such as Pessigny, who joined forces with members of the army department who wanted to suspend some reforms by war. Jerome Bonaparte was not influenced by Pessigny, and continued to proceed step by step. Fighting against the Russian Empire is something that must be done, but only after the arrangement of the French Empire is over. Therefore, Jerome Bonaparte once again called Neil, who was in charge of the reform of the barracks, to ask him about the progress of the reform of the barracks. Your Majesty, up to now, we have basically completed the transformation of the military depot in the Seine province, and the military depot has basically resumed the function of conscription. Neil reported to Jerome Bonaparte about the situation of the military depot one by one. There are also nearly 10,000 veterans who are not eligible for annual service, and have been properly placed. Each military station is equipped with some officers to ensure that the recruitment can continue. Under Neil's drastic reforms, the 1st Military District of the Seine Department retired a total of 11,468 soldiers, including 11,000 ordinary soldiers who have exceeded their age and 468 lower-ranking officers. It can be said to be a veritable army meat grinder. At the same time, nearly 20,000 soldiers and more than 600 military academy graduates were incorporated into the 1st Military District of Seine. Although these soldiers and officers were very young, they greatly enhanced the active ability of the French army, and eliminated some of their vices. The average Age of the military region has also dropped from the original 40s to around 35 now. Although combat effectiveness has declined, discipline has steadily increased. The army of the same province has also changed from 60,000 people to the current army of more than 70,000 and nearly 80,000 people. It can be said that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. The Strasbourg military district has also evacuated more than 6,000 soldiers and more than 300 military commanders, and is expected to continue to remove some soldiers with bad habits. However, the Strasbourg area does not have the convenience of Paris in terms of officer replenishment, and many officer gaps must wait for the deployment of the personnel department of the Ministry of War. It is precisely for this reason that Renault's reforms are not as good as Nia's. You did a great job. Jerome Bonaparte, who had heard Nia's report, got up and patted Nia's shoulder with a smile and encouraged him. We strive to keep it up. There are still several military regions waiting for us to reform. Yes, Your Majesty. Neil responded forcefully. After Neil left Riyadh1.com, Jerome Bonaparte called again the head of the president's military secretary office, his adjutant Major General Leboeuf. Sit down. Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand to invite Leboeuf to sit down and asked, how is the situation in the Secretary's Hall? Your Majesty, the Secretariat is under your leadership. Leboeuf touted Jerome Bonaparte vigorously. Don't talk too much nonsense. How far have you done your surveys in the Near East? Jerome Bonaparte interrupted Leboeuf forcefully. Leboeuf said with a serious face, the office of the secretary has completed the survey of the terrain of the Near East and has drawn a topographic map of the Near East. Can I have a look at the topographic map? Jerome Bonaparte asked Leboeuf. Please wait a moment. Leboeuf got up and left the study. After waiting for more than 20 minutes in the study alone, Jerome Bonaparte finally came to Leboeuf. At this time, Leboeuf was holding the blueprint drawn by the secretary's office. Chapter 340, Strategy for the War with Russia. Your Majesty, please look. Brigadier General Leboeuf, who was sitting opposite Jerome Bonaparte, spread out the map on the table. There are 4 maps in total, which recorded the Danube region, Romania, the Bulgaria region, and the vicinity of Constantinople and Grampus. Region of Romania, Sevastopol. Each map is completed at a scale of 1:80,000 according to Jerome Bonaparte's request. It can be said that it is the most detailed and timely military map in the world today. P.S. The military maps of the Russian Empire and Britain are roughly 1:320,000, and the maps are probably drawn during the Napoleonic Wars. On these military maps, the height of each mountain and the width of the river are accurately marked with numbers, which can be called quite perfect. You've done a great job. Jerome Bonaparte nodded with satisfaction. After reading each one carefully. From a certain point of view, the bureaucratic class in the world is a virtue. As long as the superior does not issue a death order, the lower bureaucracy will only complete the order at a discount. Only after the death order is given to them, the bureaucrats will try their best to complete the task. The bureaucratic class that was cornered was enough to break out several times of efficiency beyond the previous one. Of course, don't expect bureaucrats to collide with sparks of thinking in some creative fields. Most bureaucratic classes will only change 1 to 2, not 0 to 1. This is what we should do. Leboeuf responded humbly. With these maps, France is enough to be invincible in the next war in the Near East. Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the map of Romania and said to Leboeuf, next. Jerome Bonaparte and Leboeuf played a simple game about what form the Russian Empire might take in the Near East. Combining the 4 maps, Leboeuf pointed out that the Russian Empire would most likely launch an attack on Bulgaria from Bessarabia, currently the territory of the Russian Empire, after capturing the 2 Danube principalities at that time. The Austrian Empire will inevitably send troops at the same time. According to the estimates of the Secretariat, the combined army of the Russian Empire and the Austrian Empire will be around 500,000 to 600,000 people. Leboeuf said to Jerome Bonaparte in a serious tone, why do you think the Austrian Empire will join the war with us? Jerome Bonaparte did not refute Leboeuf's assumption. He asked curiously, Your Majesty, there is no way for the Secretariat to speculate on diplomatic issues, but we must prepare for the worst. The war is changing rapidly, and we must think of all strategies. Leboeuf replied frankly to Jerome Bonaparte wrote. Jerome Bonaparte nodded with satisfaction. Leboeuf's calm attitude made he aware that the permanently defeated general was making rapid progress. He may be even more brilliant now than in history. Jerome Bonaparte thought to himself, a person's ability to lead an army in battle is never fixed and depends on the ruler's decision making. Why are Liu Bang's subordinates all born in Peking? Why are most of Zhu Yuanzhang's subordinates Feng Yang? Or why did Napoleon's men gather stars? Probably because the ruler himself is also a person with some illustrious military exploits. Otherwise most of they are just ordinary people. The same person will show different results in the hands of Jerome Bonaparte and Louis Napoleon, because Jerome Bonaparte has a vision beyond this era for 100 years. When exploring the road of future military warfare, trying to get out of the shackles of the Napoleonic Wars. P.S. After the Napoleonic Wars, the thinking of European countries has been limited to the Napoleonic Wars. Even when the dawn of total warfare had already emerged in the Civil War, everyone, including Marquis, believed that the Civil War was nothing more than two armed thugs chasing each other at home, with nothing to gain. Jerome Bonaparte has seen the trend of history, and he understands the military changes in the next few decades. Standing on the shoulders of everyone, and overlooking the world. The vision of the monarch also determines the vision of the generals, and those who fail to keep up with the footsteps of Jerome Bonaparte are doomed to be eliminated. Leboeuf was the one who tried to catch up to Jerome Bonaparte, otherwise he would have been ruthlessly left behind by Jerome Bonaparte. Go ahead. Jerome Bonaparte smiled and put his hand on the table, making a look of listening intently. In Leboeuf's script, the Russian Empire and the Austrian Empire will unite and advance to the Bulgarian region at a very fast speed, and even the Balkans such as Serbia will also be attacked by the Austrian Empire. As long as the Russian Empire and the Austrian Empire react fast enough, they can sweep the Balkans and Bulgaria. And Greece, as a neutral country, will inevitably be coerced by these two countries and declare war. In the event of a war, France must be fast. We must transport our troops with great speed, and then defeat the incoming enemy. This way we can deter Austria through war, so that they do not dare to join at war. General Leboeuf put forward the idea of a quick victory. The Austrian Empire will be negotiated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they will not join this battle. I have confidence in Minister de Roos. Jerome Bonaparte then asked Leboeuf, what port are you going to log in at? Gallipoli? No. Leboeuf shook his head and replied to Jerome Bonaparte. The office of the secretary once asked the military attaché in Constantinople about the Gallipoli port and the surrounding environment. That area is in the Pacific. Small. It is not conducive to the expansion of the large corps. So we decided to log in the Varna area. The port here allows the French army to get strategic supplies faster. After all, Leboeuf pointed to the port of Varna in the Bulgarian region. Jerome Bonaparte saw on the map that the terrain from Varna to Aksakova was flat and very suitable for large-scale troops, and to the north could attack the Danube Principality to cut off the supply of the Russian Empire, and to the east could pass the Admiral's army transport to Sevastopol Fortress, then attack Sevastopol Fortress. As long as the Sevastopol Fortress is destroyed, the fleet of the Russian Empire in the Black Sea region will be completely destroyed. Because of the distance between the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire, whether attacking from the Caucasus region or from the Danube Principality, will face the problem of supply difficulties, which requires relying on the navy of the Sevastopol Fortress as support to transport supplies. Once Sevastopol is captured, it will penetrate deep into the Ottoman Empire. The Russian army would be in danger of collapsing because of supply problems. Of course, this was also a strategy based on Jerome Bonaparte's purpose of defeating the Russian Empire rather than ripping it out. If you want to completely destroy the huge empire of Russia, unless Britain and France launch simultaneous attacks from the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea, and then the Kingdom of Sweden will also attack Finland, only in this way can the Russian Empire face a complete collapse of order. Even so, there is a high possibility that the Anglo-French allied forces will retreat voluntarily. The infrastructure of the Russian Empire is so poor that it will be hellish to supply logistics. Jerome Bonaparte also understands that living beings like Mayosi will only fall into the quagmire by relying on external forces, and they will only disintegrate internally. The spiritualists of the Decembrists and the Russian Empire have not yet completely died out. However, this requires the favorable cooperation of the Naval Department. Jerome Bonaparte continued to Leboeuf. We believe that the Empire's navy will be able to complete its mission. Although Leboeuf had not met with Decaux, he had also heard of Decaux's resolute style, as well as Jerome Bonaparte's attitude towards the navy care. Since Jerome Bonaparte came to power, the navy's spending on shipbuilding has been increasing year by year. If the Admiralty is not even capable of destroying the figure of the Russian Empire's Black Sea Fleet, then Leboeuf has reason to doubt whether the Imperial Navy still needs to exist. I discussed this with Minister Decaux. He told me that the existing naval fleet is fully capable of destroying all the fleets of the Russian Empire in the Black Sea. Jerome Bonaparte said to Leboeuf with a smile, and then added, however, the office of the Secretary of the Navy Department and the office of the Secretary of the War Department must cooperate with each other. Secretary of the Admiralty? Leboeuf seemed to have heard a great term. That's right. The Admiralty has also established a fleet of regional fleets that has been vertically managed by the Ministry of War. Jerome Bonaparte spread his hands Riyadh1.com and complained a little. Minister Dick has always been good at learning. It's not like some people are complacent once they achieve a staged victory. Leboeuf did not dare to respond to Jerome Bonaparte. He certainly understood that the object of Jerome Bonaparte's complaint was none other than the Minister of War, Saint Arnault. As an adjutant, Leboeuf didn't want to mix it up at will. Go on. Jerome Bonaparte smiled apologetically, finding that he had unknowingly diverted the topic again. Subsequently, Leboeuf proposed two plans. The first cake was to bite Varna and go northward and go deep into the interior to completely destroy the Russian Empire. The second plan was to attack the Sevastopol area and then sweep the Balkans of the Slavs. Who came up with these two plans? Jerome Bonaparte asked Leboeuf. The first plan was proposed by Colonel Bazin, and the second was proposed by Colonel Troche. Both plans are very insightful. There is a saying that the bridal sedan chair carries people, and Leboeuf is also appropriate praise a colleague. Chapter 341, Candidate for Chief of Staff. Oh, what about Bazin and Troche? Jerome Bonaparte showed an interesting smile at the corner of his mouth. Since the coup d'etat on December 2nd, Jerome Bonaparte, who was in charge of all kinds of opportunities, had not seen Troche and Bazin for a long time. He suddenly felt a little strange after hearing Bazin and Troche today. Colonel Troche is now the Chief of Staff of the 1st Paris Division, and Colonel Bazin is now the head of the 2nd Regiment of the 2nd Paris Brigade. Leboeuf replied to Jerome Bonaparte. That's it. Jerome Bonaparte tapped on the table lightly, and after thinking for a moment, he asked Brigadier General Leboeuf's opinion. Which of the two schemes do you think is more inclined? Your Majesty, as far as I'm concerned, I'm more inclined to the second option. Leboeuf cautiously replied to Jerome Bonaparte. The mountains in the Near East are complex, which is not conducive to the large-scale deployment of the army. We can only rely on small units fight to annihilate a limited number of enemies, and a long-term war of attrition will not only dampen the soldiers' enthusiasm for war, but also cause great trouble to our logistics. Leboeuf's answer was exactly what Jerome Bonaparte had in mind. In his plan, once the Crimea begins, an exciting war must be fought, otherwise the ardent patriotism of the Parisian people will be numb because of the long war, and even Jerome Powell will resent it. Nabis and those soldiers who were sent to the Near East to live in small-scale annihilation all day long also held a grudge against Jerome Bonaparte. At that time, let alone getting the prestige bonus through Crimea, I'm afraid that Jerome Bonaparte can consider finding an auspicious day to go to Britain. Wars after wars have proved that the patience of the people of Paris for wars is limited. They can support the government's actions for the sake of impulse. When the blood is over, they begin to shrink back, become numb, and even oppose the war. Jerome Bonaparte must bring them victories after victories to convince them that the war will soon be over. Only in this way can Jerome Bonaparte gain enough prestige through war, instead of making the people lose patience with the existing regime. Very good. Jerome Bonaparte nodded in approval. You already have the basic overall view of being the Chief of Staff. Jerome Bonaparte's approval made Leboeuf feel a burst of joy in his heart. He did not guess the emperor's idea wrong, which meant that Leboeuf was one step closer to the chief of staff. Everyone in the current secretariat longs for the secretariat to be truly independent from the Ministry of War and become an existence on an equal footing with the Ministry of War, rather than becoming a subordinate unit of the Ministry of War as it is now. From Conrobel to Saint Arnault to Leboeuf, every director of the secretariat hopes to become the first chief of staff. Although Leboeuf knows that he will never be included in the list of the first chief of staff, people always have some dreams in case the emperor is really promoted. Thinking of this, Leboeuf subconsciously glanced at Jerome Bonaparte and then quickly moved his gaze back to the map. The secretariat will follow the second plan, Jerome Bonaparte said firmly. Understood. Leboeuf immediately. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte asked one question after another to make things difficult for others, and Leboeuf's answer gradually became unstoppable. Responded. Looking at Leboeuf's slightly flustered eyes, Jerome Bonaparte just stopped. He waved his hand to Leboeuf and said, "Okay, let me have some space for independence thinking." Yes. Leboeuf stood straight in front of Jerome Bonaparte and saluted Jerome Bonaparte before leaving. Sitting alone in his office, Jerome Bonaparte looked out the window at the gradually setting sun, which was his lost youth. In fact, after Leboeuf left, Jerome Bonaparte has been thinking about whether the secretariat should be completely independent and turned into a general staff organization on an equal footing with the Ministry of War. This institution, which was established and supported by Jerome Bonaparte, carried all his efforts, and he had to take it to the heights it deserved. There must be no more confusion between the War Department and the General Staff. Jerome Bonaparte strengthened his confidence in continuing to walk, and then he screened the candidates for the Chief of Staff in his mind. Commander Renaud. Jerome Bonaparte remembered Commander Renaud, who was still in Strasbourg, as the first general who was trained by him to become a major general and then appointed as Minister of War. It is self-evident that Jerome Bonaparte placed his trust in him. It's just that General Renaud is not a person who is resolute, but the Chief of Staff himself needs a resolute and determined general. Conrobel? Jerome Bonaparte thought of Conrobert again. The hard work and hope he poured into Conrobert was as good as that of Riegno. The rank of Major General was all managed by Jerome Bonaparte. Precisely because Conrobert was only 42 years old, he was also excluded from Jerome Bonaparte's system of Chief of Staff. A 42-year-old army commander is indeed a bit appalling. To use a common saying, once Conrobel served as Chief of Staff, he would face the point of no seal. At that time, Jerome Bonaparte could only consider leaving Conrobert idle at home. Furthermore, Conrobel's own abilities still need to be further honed. In particular, the judgment of war and the aspects of fighter aircraft need to be added. Cuisin. Montauban? No, this is absolutely not possible. I just recalled the Montauban, which was rejected by Jerome Bonaparte, the Count of 8 Mile Bridge. The time when the Earl of 8 Mile Bridge joined Bonaparte's camp and the contribution he made in the coup d'état are really incomparable with Riegno and Kang. Robert is on a par with either of the two. The haste and conciseness will only affect the harmony of the camp. According to the historical actions of the Earl of Balaquio during the Franco-Prussian War, he is more suitable as an administrative talent. After thinking about it, Jerome Bonaparte found that among the qualified and capable candidates, only the Minister of War, Saint Arnault, was left. The key is that Saint Arnault is now the Minister of War. If he is transferred to become the Chief of Staff, who will manage the original Ministry of War subsequently, Jerome Bonaparte began to work on the candidate for Minister of War. This time, Cuisin-Montbonneau became the first choice of Jerome Bonaparte, and the 1st Division under his jurisdiction was headed by Conrobert. The 2nd Brigade was taken over by Brigadier General Leboeuf, and Leboeuf's adjutant, Jérôme Bonaparte. Planned to let Edgani, now the director of the Special Investigation Service, concurrently. After thinking about it, Jerome Bonaparte called Mocker again and ordered him to go to the Ministry of War and have the Minister of War come over. After Mocker was ordered to leave, Jerome Bonaparte got up and walked out of the study. Walking in the quiet corridor, he looked at the end of the corridor. He suddenly felt like a prisoner of power, bound by power. Especially during his tenure as emperor, the number of times he left the Tuileries was really rare. Every day there are countless documents waiting for Jerome Bonaparte to revise. Meetings large and small are waiting for Jerome Bonaparte to be held at the Tuileries Palace. and there are also ministers of various departments who need to be summoned individually by him. Now he can't wait to split himself into 8 parts, and then each part can handle the work independently, so that Jerome Bonaparte can easily finish all the work. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but sighed and mumbled, "I really don't know how my cousin did it." How did Jerome Bonaparte know that Napoleon III in OTL history spent most of his energy on attracting bees and butterflies after he became emperor, and all the work was left to ministers and his close friends? Comrade-in-arms Pessigny and Morny point such decentralization has directly caused the entire Bonaparte government to face serious corruption problems, and deception and data fraud are commonplace. The collapse of the government's credit caused by corruption has snowballed quickly, and it has even nearly faced the risk of being overthrown several times. Although the government led by Jerome Bonaparte also faced the problem of corruption, its degree of corruption was not as rampant as that of the Second Empire in history. In order to prevent local officials from acting up and down, Jerome Bonaparte, who was crowned emperor, was only paid 6.5 million francs a year compared with his uncle Napoleon's 13 million francs, Louis XVI's 25 million francs, and Louis Philippe's 14 million francs. Jerome Bonaparte's annual salary is obviously much less, and most of these more than 6 million francs were paid as rewards to those generals who had taken refuge in him, and some members who needed relief from Jerome Bonaparte. There is not much money that can really be allocated to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte's daily expenses are all supported by his own Norinco Group, Schneider Steel Industry and California's gold mines. These 3 industries can also bring Jerome Bonaparte an additional income of 3 to 4 million francs each year, which are not included in the government budget list. Apart from Jerome Bonaparte himself and Adolphe Schneider, not many people know about it. Therefore, the public's trust in the government is much higher than in the history of OTL. Compared with the Second Empire in history, the officials were a little more honest. These subtle changes Jerome Bonaparte did not know about, but they actually changed the whole of France. Chapter 342, Chief of the General Staff of Saint Arnault. Fuck. If I knew Cheyenne 996, I wouldn't say anything to be the emperor. A group of Parisian villains don't know how to be grateful. Jerome Bonaparte issued the same Versailles-like complaint as the repentance of the creation of Erajek Horse. In all fairness, Jerome Bonaparte's strength is indeed much higher than that of ordinary people, referring to aristocrats, but it is far from the average level of this era, and the power he possesses stands at the peak of this era. The French Empire in the 19th century had the largest army in the continent, and even the world's second largest navy in the world. Every word and strategy of his could affect the political trend of the whole Europe and even the world. Jerome Bonaparte, who had a huge power in one, could realize that he had never experienced happiness before. The feeling of the army and the people crawling under his feet was like a candy wrapped in a lily. Although everyone knows that after the sugar coat is removed, there is only endless pain, but everyone is trying their best to pursue the pleasure of temporary power. Louis XVIII, Charles X, the Duke of Orleans, Fierce, Salt, etc. They were born noble, and some were outstanding men, and without exception, they were all defeated by power even before his death. Thiers still looked forward to defeating Jerome Bonaparte and regaining power. What Jerome Bonaparte offered was a mere liberty compared to the rights he received. After a brief Versailles complaint in the corridors of the Tuileries, Jerome Bonaparte returned to his study. About 20 minutes later, the setting sun came to an end, leaving only countless red rays of light, which converged into a fiery red halo that seemed to be the final coronation for the coming night. As night fell, the study room gradually became dark. Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting in the chair, could only vaguely see the outline of his hands. At this moment, there was the sound of pushing the door, and Wardley appeared at the door of the study. His left hand was holding a kerosene lamp. In his right hand he also held several pewter waxes. "Your Majesty." Wardley bowed to Jerome Bonaparte, and then placed the kerosene lamp in front of Jerome Bonaparte. Several white waxes about the width of 1½ middle fingers were neatly placed on the kerosene etc. beside. Jerome Bonaparte watched quietly as Wardley brought a chair, opened the shade of the kerosene lamp, lit candles one by one, stepped on the chair, and placed all the candles on the crystal chandelier. With the help of candlelight, Jerome Bonaparte once again saw his palm clearly. Wardray, who got out of his chair, asked Jerome Bonaparte again if he wanted to eat. Wait a minute. Jerome Bonaparte ordered Wardray to wait for a while, and then added, let the kitchen cook more meals for one person. There will be guests coming back later. Yes. Wardley led the way to the kitchen. In the back kitchen, Wardray talks to Terran, the head chef of the back kitchen, and informs Terran of Jerome Bonaparte's request. Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's sudden request, Terran's face showed a hint of helplessness. His Majesty was so unexpected every time, and he didn't communicate with them in advance at all. Many of the invitations were impromptu, which made them uncomfortable for those who ran the kitchen at the Tuileries Palace. However, Jerome Bonaparte had the advantage of entertaining guests, and that was that there were many more leftovers than eating alone. This means they can earn a certain amount of the difference on these leftovers in Paris. Every day, unfinished food of countless dignitaries enters the market of Parisians through some special channels in order to satisfy their appetites, and also to narrow the gap between them and the powerful. The little bulls in Paris will buy some food left over from the powerful, and this has formed a huge market. Half happy and half worried, Talleyrand could only call the chef in the back room to act. The chefs in the back were working in full swing, and Jerome Bonaparte in the study also waited for Saint Arnault, Minister of War. Please sit. Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand and invited Saint Arnault to sit on the sofa. The discussion behind the scenes is a discussion, and respect is still given to Jerome Bonaparte, a minister of the level of Saint Arnault. Jerome Bonaparte understood that ministers of various departments should be their own assistants, not slaves who come and go. If a country is compared to a company, Jerome Bonaparte is a chairman and general manager of the two companies, while Saint Arnault is the minority shareholder of the company and the manager of a department subordinate. Shares still occupy a relatively important component. A single manager cannot stop Jerome Bonaparte's actions, and when all managers are united, his chairman is at stake. In order to maintain the unity and stability of the company, it is also necessary for Jerome Bonaparte to tolerate some of Saint Arnault's little willfulness. Your Majesty, I don't know why you asked me to come here. Saint Arnault asked Jerome Bonaparte in a humble manner. That's it. As the office of the secretary becomes more and more powerful, I hope that the powers and responsibilities of the War Department and the office of the secretary can be separated. It is always mixed up like this, neither for the Ministry of War nor for the office of the secretary. Benefit. Jerome Bonaparte first vaguely proposed the idea of separating the secretariat from the subordinates of the Ministry of War. Your Majesty, I also think that there are some ambiguous boundaries between the Ministry of War and the office of the secretary. Saint Arnault immediately agreed. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and continued, you still remember that I promised you that the future secretariat will serve as the institution in charge of the military command, that is, the general staff. After the reorganization, the general staff he will have more autonomy, and he will no longer only serve as the commander-in-chief's staff. Saint Arnault nodded, and his heart beat faster. I've decided. Jerome Bonaparte deliberately paused, then pointed at Saint Arnault and said, you will be the first chief of the general staff of the general staff. The sudden surprise made Saint Arnault a little stunned. Saint Arnault, who had no hope for the chief of staff, never thought that the emperor would take his promise so seriously. Saint Arnault believed that he had lost his position as chief of the general staff because of his disagreement with the emperor on the issue of the military post. Saint Arnault felt ashamed for his obstruction of military reform after serving as Minister of War, and ashamed for the president to appoint himself as the first chief of the general staff regardless of previous suspicions. As the chief of the general staff who can command all the commanders of the military districts, his rights are already equivalent to those of some emperors. Entrusting such a huge power to him is enough to show Jerome Bonaparte's trust in him. P.S. The specific powers of the War Department are designated by the President. In theory, the War Department can command all operations inside and outside France. However, these actions only involve the final strategic intention, and the intermediate process requires the commander's own judgment. During the Crimean War, after the Minister of War, Saint Arnault, stepped down as the Commander-in-Chief of Crimea, Marshal Wayne took over the position of the Ministry of War. In each action, Marshal Wayne only gives the final goal of the strategy, and Wayne has no power to interfere in specific actions. The Chief of General Staff not only controls the direction of the war's intentions, but also manages the military strategic intentions and controls the actions of corps level commanders. Your Commander's Majesty, facing the unreserved trust of Jerome Bonaparte, Saint Arnault, who was a tough guy, couldn't help but choked up. I'm sorry for you. I failed your trust. It's nothing. Jerome Bonaparte patted Saint Arnault on the shoulder and said, once a person sits in that position, there will always be something involuntary. Then, Jerome Bonaparte said solemnly, however, I hope you can understand one thing. What's the matter? I will definitely listen to you. Saint Arnault said hurriedly, struggle is a struggle. I will never allow the army to have a bottomless struggle. Once this happens, don't blame me for turning my face away. Jerome Bonaparte said bluntly. Understood. Saint Arnault assured Jerome Bonaparte that he would never do anything that would split the French army. You haven't eaten yet. Do you want to have a meal together? It's been a long time since the two of us sat down to eat. Jerome Bonaparte sent an invitation to Saint Arnault. Saint Arnault readily agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's invitation. Riyadh1.com. The two left the study and went to the dining room. The dinner took nearly an hour to end, during which Jerome Bonaparte and Saint Arnault also discussed a lot about the current situation of the French army. Saint Arnault also assured Jerome Bonaparte that the question of the French army would be severely contested. At the end of April, the Tuileries issued an order to the Ministry of War for the establishment of the General Staff. Saint Arnault, who was then the Minister of War, accepted the order, and the Secretariat officially separated from the Ministry of War and merged with the existing General Staff. This General Staff is actually an empty shell, just as the outside world was speculating on which marshal would serve as Chief of Staff. Saint Arnault resigned to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte quickly approved Saint Arnault's resignation and then appointed 1st Division Commander Cousin Montauban as Minister of War, and General Conrobert succeeded Cousin Montauban as 1st Division. After leaving office, General Saint Arnault was placed on the position of the new Chief of Staff by Jerome Bonaparte the next day, which can be said to be seamless. Chapter 343, Establishment of the Aircraft Operations Command. The day after the appointment of the French Chief of General Staff, the Marshal of the Second Reich approved by the Ministry of War was freshly released, recommended by Jerome Bonaparte. In view of the outstanding contributions made by Saint Arnault and Renault to the French army, the French Chief of Staff General Saint Arnault and the Commander of Strasbourg General Riegnaud are hereby awarded the rank of Marshal. Once the news came out, the entire French military was in an uproar. Some generals objected to the fact that both Saint Arnault and Renault could be awarded the title of Marshal, and even some generals made an article on the matter of conferring the Marshal. They thought that Saint Arnault had not accomplished anything, referring to it as the kind of credit like Marshal Biron was hastily given the position of Marshal, which is an insult to the title of Marshal. Faced with such unprovoked duties, the newly appointed Chief of Staff, the Reserve Marshal of the Empire, Saint Arnault, was a little annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that the French army was implementing the separation of military and government, and the Chief of General Staff did not control the appointment and removal of the army, Saint Arnault swore that he would definitely let they know what the authority of a superior was, and the Tuileries Palace, who played the main role in the event of the Commander-in-Chief, did not say anything at this time. He seemed to be letting the whole incident happen. It seems that the marshals of Saint Arnault and Rienho will also die prematurely because of unmatched virtue. With the passage of time, the inaction of the Tuileries Palace made some anti-Bonapartist soldiers more and more arrogant, and they even openly created small groups in the army, ready to raise a flag to rebel when necessary. If it weren't for the report of the Special Investigation Section of the Guardhouse, Jerome Bonaparte would not have known that among the army there was a group of potential opponents trying to overthrow his rule. Okay, I get it. Thank you for your hard work. Jerome Bonaparte, who had read through the internal information of the army, nodded to Edgani, chief of the Special Operations Investigation Section, in affirmation. I didn't expect that. It's really not easy for you to be able to figure out who is behind all the troops in such a short period of time. It's all my job. Edgani responded to Jerome Bonaparte without being arrogant. Yes, if you can keep it up, your achievements will definitely not be lower than your uncle. Jerome Bonaparte thought to himself as he looked at Edgani, who had washed away his flashy appearance. Does the environment change people? Or do people change the environment? Jerome Bonaparte remembered that when Edgani met him a few years ago, he did not look down upon this fellow who was able to establish himself in Paris by virtue of his uncle's fame. That's right, Edgani's uncle was the original Marshal Ney, and he was also one of the few people who died for Jerome Bonaparte's uncle, the Emperor Napoleon. After the collapse of the First Empire, Ney died because he followed Napoleon of the First Empire. Since Ney himself had no children, Edgani was the heir of Marshal Ney, who inherited the fame and prestige of Marshal Ney and joined Bonaparte served Louis Napoleon and Jerome Bonaparte successively. In the early days of joining Jerome Bonaparte, Edgani was not valued by Jerome Bonaparte. In Jerome Bonaparte's eyes, Edgani was nothing more than it is a signboard that unites Bonaparte. An accident changed Edgani's position in Jerome Bonaparte's heart. At that time, when the Roman Republic was attacked, Jerome Bonaparte sent General Renaud to the Roman Republic. Edgani also asked to go with you at the right time. Jerome Bonaparte decided to give Edgani a chance after deliberation, and he agreed to Edgani's request with a wave of his hand. During the siege of Rome in 1849, Edgani showed his talent as a military commander and won. After returning, Edgani was summoned by Jerome Bonaparte again after a long stint on the bench. It was on that occasion that Jerome Bonaparte asked Edgani whether he would be the head of the investigation section of the police office at the presidential palace. The so-called investigation department should be called a department rather than a department. Probably because the number of people in the investigation section is about to catch up with the number of department-level administrative bureaucrats who cannot subordinate. Their main purpose was to monitor whether there was any betrayal in the French army. If there was any, they would immediately report it to Jerome Bonaparte. In the next 2 years or so, the number of special investigation sections continued to grow, gradually forming a bureau-level number. The special investigation section has become more and more proficient in the control and monitoring of the military. All military regions, except the Algerian military region, are monitored by the Special Investigation Section. P.S. Algiers has always been a place of exile for French political failures, and many political failures have all been exiled here. Some of they joined the army, some lived in Algiers, and some smuggled to Britain. It can be said to be the traditional opposition, whether it is the Republic, Bourbon or Bonaparte. Another part is against for the sake of opposition. Looking at the head of the SS who had been trained by himself, Jerome Bonaparte showed a gratifying smile. Ney, do you want to end this sneaky day? Edgani's expression showed a fleeting struggle, and then said mouth calmly, I'm willing to obey your instructions. I like the one who obeys the command the most. In response to Edgani's right and wrong response, Jerome Bonaparte pointed at Edgani in a serious tone and said, from now on, special investigation will begin. The department has left the police office and changed its name to the Aircraft Operations Command. And you will become the first commander of the Aircraft Operations Command, enjoying the rank of Brigadier General in France. The functions of the Aircraft Operations Command remain unchanged. At the same time, you will also serve as an adjutant. Edgani had a look of joy on his face. Although Edgani was only a brigadier general, he knew very well that the authority of the Maintenance Command was no less than that of the War Department and the General Staff Department. The reason for the rank of brigadier general is probably to make the rank a little bit more valuable. Edgani guessed right. Jerome Bonaparte's purpose of designing the highest officer of the Maintenance Command as a brigadier general was indeed to prevent the flood of generals. As long as you can be promoted to the rank of major general in France, it means that you are qualified to command a brigade to an army. Such an unreasonable military rank system has caused a lot of confusion, and at the same time, France's establishment in the army is also a big problem. This will be discussed later. In short, for the sake of the overall situation, the supreme commander of the Maintenance Command must be a brigadier general. Don't worry. It won't be long before France will bring forth new ideas. At that time, you will be able to move up one level. Jerome Bonaparte assured Edgani. Understood. Edgani responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Over the next few days, Jerome Bonaparte went to the Senate alone and said to the people in the Senate, in view of the growing ideological problems in France, it is necessary to form a department capable of managing the army's crime and ideology. Such A move was opposed by some military personnel in the Senate, who plausibly stated that the government should do its own thing, and that the military's affairs should be handled by the military itself. A rebuttal undoubtedly made Jerome Bonaparte feel that the army is likely to once again become the steel company that cannot be splashed by water or pierced by needles. Since ancient times, the military has been the violent machine of the ruling class. If the army of the ruling class forces is controlled, the army is likely to become a wild beast. It will take all who can take it, and then wage a vigorous and relentless war and die. The general staff and the maintenance command are his two tools to tie this unreasonable beast to accomplish this goal. He even used his executive powers as emperor to carry out policies before the legislative yuan and the second house. The maintenance command was created, and Ed Garny became the commander of the first maintenance command. After figuring out the rights under the jurisdiction of the maintenance command, many opposing voices disappeared without a trace overnight. Even so, Jerome Bonaparte did not intend to let those people go, and keeping them will be time bombed sooner or later. At the behest of Jerome Bonaparte, the maintenance command began operations. Men in blue regimes, with swords and shields on their chests, traveled across France to capture opposition generals. After seeing these guys, the opposition generals, who were always showing off their power at the station, reminded them of the Public Security Committee that had disappeared for more than half a century. The deep-rooted fear turned the generals, who were like tigers, into docile kittens in front of the members of the maintenance command. There are even some generals who will humiliate themselves in front of the maintenance command regardless of their image. Riyadh1.com. In just 1 month, nearly 30 generals were dismissed directly on the grounds of corruption, dereliction of duty, and being too old. Most of them were supporters of potential Republicans, and a few were generals of all ins. After more than 30 generals were dismissed in one go, there was no doubt in France at all. The only thing left for the army to do is to sing praises to this path. On May 31st, the grand ceremony of sealing the seal blew away the gloom that shrouded the French military circle. Commander Renaud, who had just come from Strasbourg, and General Saint Arnault, chief of the French General Staff, were standing upright on a platform for honoring honors built of wood and covered with a red cloth blanket. Standing on the stage were generals living in Paris, all of whom were invited to participate in the performance of the seal, handsome with insufficient gold content. Under the stage, tens of thousands of soldiers, armed with rifles, watched all of this in front of them. It didn't take long for Jerome Bonaparte appears. Behind him were two servants, each holding a marshal's scepter. Chapter 344. Build a perfect staff system. Take it, Marshal. This is proof of your contribution to France. Jerome Bonaparte first came to Saint Arnault and said with passion on Saint Arnault's body the medal symbolizing the Marshal. Seeing this, Saint Arnault hurriedly saluted Jerome Bonaparte, and Jerome Bonaparte returned the same salute to Saint Arnault. Subsequently, Jerome Bonaparte once again handed the gilded marshal's scepter in the tray to Saint Arnault. Saint Arnault took a step forward, solemnly took the scepter with both hands, and then returned to the original position again. Long live Marshal Saint Arnault. Long live the Empire. The army and the audience cheered for Saint Arnault to become the Marshal. Although their cheers were just actions, after being ordered by their superiors, it also meant that the army did not contradict Saint Arnault to become a marshal. I will live up to your expectations and trust in me. I believe that under your leadership, France will be able to become strong again, Saint Arnault said to Jerome Bonaparte in a determined tone. After speaking, Saint Arnault salutes the monarch in front of him once again. I believe it too. With your help, France will definitely be stronger. Jerome Bonaparte returned the salute with a smile on his face. The coronation of Commander Renaud also ended with cheers and salutes. After the martial ceremony, a grand military parade began. Nearly 60,000 soldiers began to be inspected by Jerome Bonaparte in an orderly manner under the instructions of their respective commanders on horseback. Jerome Bonaparte, Saint Arnault, Renaud, and the generals who followed them, Bonaparte and the orthodox generals, reviewed each team in turn, stopping from time to time to ask the commanders name and affiliation. Troop number. The image of Jerome Bonaparte can finally say, in Paris, the army recognizes no one but me. After the military parade ceremony, Jerome Bonaparte, as usual, spent hundreds of thousands of francs to improve the food for the soldiers participating in the military parade. Point in the eyes of some in the army, Jerome Bonaparte has become synonymous with salami and brown bread. Of course, this is just some of the views of veterans who have been in the military for a few years. Many new recruits this year looked at the emperor's nephew with admiration. From their eyes, Jerome Bonaparte was already equal to the emperor, and he would lead France to revival. As long as France can be successfully revived, they will be able to gain power as they did during the revolution. And the reason why they equate revival with gaining power is probably due to the influence of their parents. Those parents who lived in Napoleon's time experienced hardships, but also experienced warmth and joy. As they get older, the once cruel memories will be selectively erased by them. Point in their mouths. The war has become a man's romance, and the past glory has become warmer, and they happily tell the next generation what happened to them, including but not limited to playing with German women. Point the case of Jordan, knee, etc. jumping up, and the Napoleonic era as the older generation speaks gave unrealistic illusions to the second generation of French soldiers, who were eager to restore their former glory. Whoever can lead them back to glory, they will follow their orders and move forward. It can be said that from the moment Jerome Bonaparte launched the coup d'état, the whole of France has been wrapped in the bayonet of the patriotic flag itself, hidden under patriotism. Point everyone is the promoter of the asterisk bayonet. Point the military parade ended with the cheers of "Long live the Empire, long live Bonaparte." Riegno, who won the title of Marshal, rushed back to Strasbourg again. At this time, he was full of energy, and his whole body seemed to glow with a second spring. Point. Now that the title of Marshal has been obtained, is the title still far from him? Marshal Riegno believed that, as long as he could complete the task of reforming the Strasbourg barracks, he would be rewarded. Point Marshal Saint Arnault, the chief of the General Staff, also accelerated the pace of the formation of the General Staff June 1st. 1852. The General Staff began to be reorganized under the joint consultation of Marshal Saint Arnault and Jerome Bonaparte. The three small groups responsible for Germany, the Near East and Italy and the former Secretariat were officially turned into four divisions. The first is responsible for the Ottomans, Greece, Russia, Sweden, Norway, Denmark. The second is responsible for Germany, especially Prussia, Austria, Switzerland, Italy. The third office, responsible for mainland France, Britain, Belgium, the Netherlands, Spain, Portugal. The fourth division is responsible for Asia and the Americas. Among them, in addition to being responsible for Asia and the Americas, the fourth division also shoulders the functions of organization, mobilization, training and deployment. Members assigned to subordinate armies from the military station are trained by the hands of the department. In addition to the above four departments, the Military Science and Technology Department, under the General Staff, is also an important department. In order to prepare for the establishment of this department, Jerome Bonaparte ordered the new Minister of War, Cousin Montauban, to make the best of the army. Experts such as historians, surveyors, statistics, topographic surveying and mapping are located in the Military Science and Technology Department, allowing them to map more accurate maps. Members who used to go to the Ministry of Railways for organization and coordination were also recruited into the new Railway Department. Since field surveying and mapping is the top priority, Saint Arnault specially appointed a field surveying and mapping director as the post. Jerome Bonaparte and Saint Arnault took about 3 weeks to complete the framework of the newly established General Staff. Under such a framework, the military administration and military orders have been completely separated from each other and do not interfere with each other. Cousin Montauban had no right to intervene in the army's marching orders, and Saint Arnault also had no right to decide on the appointment and dismissal of the army. The newly established General Staff has more than 155 people since its inception. At the same time, a new problem also faced Jerome Bonaparte and Saint Arnault. When Jerome Bonaparte demanded that every division, brigade and regiment should be equipped with a corresponding staff, General Saint Arnault explained embarrassingly to Jerome Bonaparte, the French army every 2 or 3 years it is necessary to change the station once. except for certain areas such as the Seine and Strasbourg. The configuration of the army, division, and brigade level is mostly temporary. Point in many armies, brigade commanders and division commanders and corps commanders only meet for the first time during the war. The 4-level staff of the formed army, division, brigade, and regiment should follow whose leadership in peacetime, and how should they find their own troops? This has become a persistent problem. Jerome Bonaparte and Saint Arnauld sat on the sofa and pondered for a long time. Then Jerome Bonaparte, who was in his arms, asked, "Can the army be fixed in one area? The highest is stationed along the railway line. That way, when the army is mobilized, it can arrive faster." "But yes, it's just," Saint Arnauld responded hesitantly. "Just what? What's the difficulty?" Jerome Bonaparte asked again. "If the army often stays in a region, it is very likely to become a regional force, which is not conducive to our mobilization." Saint Arnauld was afraid that the army would merge with local forces, which would lead to an armed opposition to Paris. What about the theater? If the French army is divided into 5 military regions, east, west, north, south, and center, each military region has a general or marshal as the head of the military region, and the troops can be mobilized within their jurisdiction. Soldiers recruited every year all have to be assembled and then unified into different teams. Jerome Bonaparte said to Saint Arnauld, "Dividing theaters and performing swaps within a certain range can reduce the problem that the army cannot form a complete army and division level command due to continuous mobilization. Each theater only needs to be divided into a corps level staff that represents the theater, and then the corps level staff can lower the division level and brigade level headquarters. As long as the army's defense does not exceed the theater, the corps, brigade, and regiment staffs, it is easy to find an army that is gradually yours. If it were the Prussian army, then there would be no need to defend the army in this way. Compared with Paris, which is always fond of revolution, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Prussia are simply the best soldiers in the world. They work hard and are willing to be beaten with whips." The French soldiers chanted democracy every day at every turn. Although they did not understand the meaning of democracy, they knew that the slogan would save them from being severely beaten by high-ranking officers in the final analysis. It is still a question of building a national army, and building a national army, this is the only way. Saint Arnauld nodded and said to Jerome Bonaparte, "Riyadh1.com There is no better way at the moment. They can only choose a little more reliable plan." June 29, 1852. The French Minister of War Cousin Montauban issued the first directive. Starting from July 1, France was officially divided into 5 major theaters in the northeast, south, north, south, and middle. The managers of each theater are marshals or generals with merit. The theater sets up a corps level staff to help the marshals/generals formulate strategic goals, complete strategic planning, and train troops. There should be division and brigade, regiment level staff headquarters under each theater, and various departments should be stationed within the theater. It can be seen from the instructions of the Ministry of War that the army is completely developed around the staff, and the staff is also developed around the general staff. Such layout will inevitably be complained that the staff has seized the power of the commanders, but such complaints are not worth mentioning to the chief of the general staff and the emperor, who are determined to reform. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Staff College Backlash. Compared with the senior legionnaires who were applauded, those middle and low-ranking officers did not hesitate to support the decision of the emperor and the chief of staff. The establishment of the corps, division, brigade, and regiment level staff will inevitably be accompanied by a large-scale transfer and expansion of military posts, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for promotion. Not to mention that each staff department is a vertical structure, and they have every opportunity to be selected to go to the general staff for further study, and then be assigned to the local garrison to serve as key positions. This caused the division between the superior and the lower middle level officers, and the upper level generals without the support of the middle and lower rank officers could only be forced to agree with Jerome Bonaparte's opinion. Point of course, it is not the senior military officers who are most opposed to the establishment of the vertical staff, but the so-called staff. Why they are called so-called staff officers, that's because these officers who passed the exam and entered the staff academy never actually fulfilled their duties as staff officers. One day, the Paris Staff College, like high-level military schools such as Saint Cyr and the École Polytechnique in Paris, requires rigorous examination competition to enter. Every officer who enters the staff college can probably be regarded as an excellent quizmaker. However, these excellent quiz writers immediately became reluctant to make progress after entering the Paris Staff College. They fight and drink all day long. There is nothing else. The information on military maps and troop formations is not to be seen at all, and the entire staff academy is like a backwater. When someone asks why they don't study hard, the staff of the staff academy will only answer, study, study. Only those stinky beggars in the military study. Our staff academy students came in to get out. Enjoy. Only fools go to study. That's right. Officers who graduated from the staff college have been linked to tenure from the moment they walked out of the school, and all they need to do is to endure. In the staff academy, where seniority is important, as long as you can survive a certain number of years, then you can be promoted. The vast majority of every member of the staff college will be assigned to Paris to occupy important positions after graduation, and most of the substantive positions are also handed over to the civilian bureaucracy. Officers with a little less luck can also seek to spend their time locally and overseas. Many enterprising legionnaires jokingly refer to these groups as recovery sicknesses, who are rotated every 2 or 3 years. When Marshal Renault was the Minister of War, a large number of members were removed and replaced, and many members were sent to local terms. The vacant positions were inherited by some members of the Expeditionary Force and a large number of hard-working civilian bureaucrats when Saint Arnault was the Minister of War. This kind of purge was even more serious, and many candidates for foreign mills were forced to retire by Saint Arnault. The Ministry of War has barely survived since then. Some staff from the staff college secretly complained that Saint Arnault was inhumane, but they still did not dare to take any action. Until the establishment of the General Staff Department and the Army Staff Department, this group of officers of the General Staff College who usually eat and wait to die has exploded. Saint Arnault, Chief of Staff, and Emperor Jerome Bonaparte, where are the reforms? This is simply rooting for their staff academy. How can those mid and low level officers be able to do such delicate work? In terms of surveying and mapping, officers from their staff academies are experts. The staff and academies, who had lost their foundation, obviously couldn't bear to have their private land taken away by the Chief of Staff and the Emperor. They joined together and formed a joint petition under the leadership of several highly respected old generals, hoping to stop the establishment of the 4th level staff recommendation. The petition is filled with the names of the members of the Staff Academy, and it will be brought into the Tuileries by several old generals who have fought under the Emperor and handed over to Jerome Bonaparte. According to these people's assumptions, the Emperor will definitely consider the situation properly after seeing these petitions and will give them relatively generous conditions, no matter how bad it is. For these quizzes, why should they work hard for things that can lie flat? Time wears out their wits, but also their guts. Several old generals came to the Tuileries Palace with petitions, and in Mocha, Walewski was still running around for Jerome Bonaparte's marriage. De Morn focused on docking with cabinet ministers. Vernier is still in a state of crazy involution. Under the leadership of these respected old generals, they were kept in a guest room. A portrait of Napoleon is placed directly opposite the guest room, and next to the portrait is a portrait of Jerome Bonaparte. The two wore the same love dress, with flowing blonde hair heading towards the wind. The only difference was the background behind the two. After sitting in the guest room and waiting for a long time, they finally waited for Jerome Bonaparte. At this time, Jerome Bonaparte was wearing a Napoleon Emperor's casual clothes, with a smile on his face, as if it would not change in 10,000 years. Old general. These old generals who once served under Napoleon hurriedly stood up and saluted Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte also solemnly returned the salute to these generals who had fought passionately in the First Empire, still lovingly saying, "I'll keep you waiting." After The basic etiquette was over. Jerome Bonaparte and the old general took their seats in turn. These old generals, who are proficient in the world, did not show off to Jerome Bonaparte for the first time. Instead, they kept expounding the story of Emperor Napoleon leading them to the north and south, and showed themselves to Jerome Bonaparte credit. The First World War in Russia was really tragic. At the beginning, we had just graduated, and all the members of a class went to Russia with His Majesty the Emperor. In the end, there were only a few left. Me and another classmate came back smoothly, and all the others went to Russia. Buried in the ice and snow of Russia. Yeah. During the Battle of Leipzig, the regiment I was in took the lead. In the end, there were less than one company left in the whole regiment, and even myself was bitten by the hair. Several old generals repeatedly described to Jerome Bonaparte how tragic the war was at the beginning. How did they climb out of the dead pile? Jerome Bonaparte listened quietly to the memories of the old generals, nodding in affirmation from time to time. Seeing that Jerome Bonaparte affirmed their contribution to the empire, the old generals became more courageous. They switched from personal achievements to praise the emperor at the time, and praised Jerome Bonaparte for being the same as Napoleon at the time. The emperor can also lead the whole of France to revival point then. From the praise of the emperor himself, it was extended to praise the army system established by the emperor. In their mouths, Jerome Bonaparte heard the taste of two artivas point compared with that one. Each of these old fellows in front of them harbors evil intentions, trying to wrap their own interests on their loyalty to Emperor Napoleon point, taking advantage of the identity of Emperor Jerome Bonaparte's nephew to conduct moral kidnapping. Jerome Bonaparte had to submit. In a popular saying, the old general seems to hold high the banner of the law of the ancestors is immutable and let Jerome Bonaparte stop reforming to maintain the power of their vested interests. Your Majesty, the staff system can't be moved. The old acting general said to Jerome Bonaparte in tears. The system that the emperor painstakingly established was to keep France strong. If anything goes wrong, France, the military system, is at risk of collapse. I know that you were bewitched by Saint Arnauld for the future of the French army, and we hope you can stop this reform. That's right, Your Majesty, you can't change it. Another general also helped. A rash change is likely to cause a rebound in the army, which is not a good thing for the entire empire. Seeing these sanctimonious old generals who sip an emperor, a sneer appeared on the corner of Jerome Bonaparte's mouth. Whenever, wherever, there will always be a bunch of guys with Bonaparte flags against Bonaparte point. What Jerome Bonaparte didn't understand, these guys in front of him verbally described the emperor's goodness, but in fact they were just defending their core interests. Generals, I know all about your loyalty to the empire. Jerome Bonaparte, who didn't want to tear his face, smiled and said to the old general, if there is nothing else, I will go to work first. You can't go. An old general stood up and grabbed Jerome Bonaparte's cuff and said Riyadh1.com. Jerome Bonaparte stopped and looked at the sanctimonious guy in front of him. He still said politely, General, do you have anything else to do? Your Majesty, we implore you not to reform any further. Can you keep everything as it is? For the sake of our fight for the empire. The general pleaded with Jerome Bonaparte's cuffs. Jerome Bonaparte put away his smile and responded coldly with a gloomy face. General, your merits should not be the capital of your threats. I don't want to hear it again. Your Majesty, this is a petition of the army. There are nearly 200 officers in total. Upon seeing this, another general hurriedly handed the prepared petition to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte took the petition and looked at the dense French on the petition, then raised his head and said dismissively, are you threatening me? Your Majesty, please stop reforming. Several old generals said in unison, I can tell you clearly that if you want to use this method to force me to give in, it is absolutely impossible. Chapter 346, The Staff College and the Inner Volume. Jerome Bonaparte did not hesitate to refuse the request of the several old Bonapartist generals in front of him to stop the reform. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte handed the petition back into their hands and mercilessly ordered the expulsion. Please take this petition. Get out of here immediately. Your Majesty, for the sake of our life and death for the empire. The old general was obviously a little unwilling, and he pleaded again to Jerome Bonaparte. Humph. Born to die for the empire? Jerome Bonaparte had a smile on the corner of his mouth. This smile was different from the kind smile before, but a kind of ridicule and contempt. What qualifications do you have to talk about devotion with me? With that said, Jerome Bonaparte pointed to one of the old generals who had gone on an expedition to the Russian Empire, and said word by word, what did you do after my uncle abdicated? The old general who was accused by Jerome Bonaparte was at a loss for words. The old general who claimed to be willing to be loyal to Napoleon quickly took refuge in the restoration of Bourbon after Emperor Napoleon abdicated, and obtained the opportunity to be promoted and rich in the hands of the restoration of Bourbon. Point after Jerome Bonaparte came to power, he brazenly declared himself a Bonapartist and considered himself the emperor's most loyal guard. What did you do when the Bourbon dynasty was restored for the second time? Jerome Bonaparte pointed to another general who was wounded in the Battle of Leipzig and asked loudly. The general was also speechless. After the Bourbon dynasty was re-established, in order to express his complete surrender to the new dynasty, he turned into a tainted witness and sat at the trial table to judge his former colleagues. Many of his colleagues were killed by his guns, and now he also stands before Jerome Bonaparte to express his allegiance to the emperor next. Jerome Bonaparte pointed out what these so-called generals loyal to Bonaparte did after the death of Emperor Napoleon. The generals present felt a little ashamed. It's just that the thick skin developed in the French military and political circles over the years will not cause extreme emotions because of one or two insulting words. Your Majesty, the empire is defeated. We have no choice but to. The generals wanted to wash away their original stains. A last resort. Jerome Bonaparte still showed a mocking expression at the corners of his mouth. He raised his head slightly and faced them with contempt. If you are forced to do so, then those who serve the empire. What is a general who lost his life? What happened to Marshal Ney, Marshal Moncey, Marshal Murat? Marshal Moncey would rather give up his title than attack his former colleagues. Compared with them, what great deeds have you done for the empire? Yes, you have been born and died for the empire, but the empire has not you badly either, and there is not much that should be given to you. Even if my uncle owed you a little back then, did I ever owe you? Double annual salary, committee consultant, which one is not given to you by me? You feel your conscience and think about it, what the empire owes you. Which item of all you do can match those marshals, you say? As long as I can say one, I can consider it. Jerome Bonaparte's remarks made the old generals silent in front of them. They were indeed not qualified to be compared with those long-established marshals who were military bureaucrats at the rank of colonel during the First Empire. Seeing that the generals present were not speaking, Jerome Bonaparte hit the railroad while it was still hot. Now it's just a small change. You can't wait to carry my uncle's flag to stop me. You are really good generals under my uncle. Jerome Bonaparte accentuated his tone on good generals, further showing his contempt for such self-confident generals. Your Majesty, we are just worried. The generals wanted to justify their actions. Worrying? Worrying about what? Jerome Bonaparte did not show any sympathy for them. Worrying that your rights will be affected? Worrying that your faction will be weakened? Or that you will not be able to gain more benefits? What you are doing now is not saving the French army at all. You are trying to destroy the entire French army. What have you learned in the decades that my uncle was gone? Before waiting for the generals to reply, Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and said, you have not learned anything. You are still immersed in the broken dreams of the past, but you have not noticed any changes in the world. The guerrilla warfare in the Algiers region has made you completely forget how to conduct a full-scale war, and at best your level is limited to fighting with small units in a limited area. Yes, the battalion of Jove is indeed powerful, but how many troops like this are there in the whole of France? Wake up. France is groaning. It is sliding towards the abyss of depravity. I don't ask you to be able to reshape the French army. At least you should learn to shut up. All you have to do is watch silently. Suddenly, several old generals seemed to have seen the emperor at the time, and he also scolded them like this now. After the reprimand was over, Jerome Bonaparte called Mockett again, and ordered Mockett to send back several old generals. The old generals who were reprimanded by Jerome Bonaparte left the Tuileries palace, as if they had lost their souls. Their plans to ask Jerome Bonaparte to give in through petitions have all failed. When the other members of the staff college sent to the old general's house to ask how things were going on, the old generals shook their heads and closed the door. The next day, a document on how to reorganize the French military academy issued by the chief of staff of the general staff, Marshal Saint Arnault, The document analyzes the pros and cons of many colleges, such as the Saint Cyr Institute, the École Supérieure de Paris, and the Paris Staff College. In particular, it severely criticizes the Paris Staff College for messing around with small circles, not working seriously, and ranking according to qualifications. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that behind Marshal Saint Arnault is Jerome Bonaparte, and the members of the Staff Academy can't find any good solutions for a well-pointed protest. Useless. Rebellion. Dare not. The Academy of Staff, who spent several days in a daze, finally ushered in his deadliest blow point on July 4th. Marshal Saint Arnault, Chief of the General Staff of the General Staff, hoped that all staff officers in France, mostly the staff academies, could participate in a fair, just and open attendance and win the victory. The best members can continue to stay, and the excellent members can even be promoted. Those who lose will need to face the risk of rebuilding, and for those who do not want to be members, France will order retirement. The time for attendance is set a month later, which is August 1st. The theme of attendance is nothing more than actual combat exercises, coordination of various arms, and war games. If it is a staff officer who works the ground, then these exercises are simply a piece of cake for them. For those members of the Staff Academy who have long lost their basic skills, this is undoubtedly a disaster. A number of academic staff members of somewhat well-off families applied to the War Department for retirement, which was approved by the Minister of War, Cousin Montauban, at the direction of Jérôme Bonaparte. Perhaps in order not to leave behind the infamy of killing donkeys, Jérôme Bonaparte also specifically instructed Cousin Montauban to pay 1.5 times the retirement annuity on the basis of their current level. 4. A time, nearly 30 more staff officers of the Ministry of War withdrew from the active duty units of the army. Under the criticism of Marshal Saint Arnault, the Paris Staff College also did not dare to relax in the slightest. Those officers who finally got involved in the Paris Staff College were only forced to get involved again. At the same time, the officers of the Staff College were also surprised to find that, for some unknown time, there were many unfamiliar faces in the Staff College that they had never seen before, and they hurried to the Staff College in plain clothes. Listen to the class and leave in a hurry after the class is over. It was only after they asked the class teacher that they realized that these guys were their seniors, and the reason why they came here to listen to the class was probably to deal with the subsequent surprise test. The change of the college is not yet known. After that, the French Emperor Jérôme Bonaparte also came here, as if he heard some rumors. He praised the Staff College for having so many students. Riyadh1.com, and praised the Staff College the cradle of the French army. This flattered the leadership of the Staff College, who led Jérôme Bonaparte to tour the entire school. Afterwards, the Emperor of the Empire was in the same room with the President and Dean of the Staff College, and seemed to be discussing something. The day after Jérôme Bonaparte left, the Provost of the Staff College immediately announced that the Staff College would open 2 more courses on the original basis, one of which was related to the railway and the other was related to the telegraph. The teachers of the 2 courses are candidates from the Ministry of Railways and the Telegraph Bureau, and the Provost also announced that starting this year, there will be a final examination between the railway and the telegraph every year. The form of the exam is a combination of actual combat and theory, and the purpose is to make the officers master the corresponding instructions. Moreover, in the last semester of the college, each college has to go to the Ministry of Railways and the Telegraph Bureau for a 6-month internship, 3 months for the Ministry of Railways and 3 months for the Telegraph Bureau, so that they can graduate smoothly. Under the double pressure of Jérôme Bonaparte and Saint Arnault, the General Staff College also began to madly introvert. Chapter 347, Loyal General Staff. Under the concerted efforts of Jérôme Bonaparte and Saint Arnault, the French General Staff is implementing it at an unprecedented speed, and the results are visible to the naked eye. Under the screening of the War Department, middle and low-level military commanders fill in the staff of the army, division, brigade, and regiment at a very fast speed to serve as staff officers. The local staff of the army is subject to the dual constraints of the theater commander and the general staff. The commander of the theater is also subject to the decentralization and constraints of the army staff. The commander, who was originally the emperor of the local army, had to choose to accept the staff of the army with his nose. The local army is no longer the commander of the local commander. Progress towards relatively democratized power institutions. Of course, the attributes of the army itself as part of a violent machine remain unchanged. The only thing that has changed is the army's fault tolerance rate. A single-minded army often causes the pressure of all work to be placed on the army commander. For a general like Napoleon, a well-spoken army can make him command feel like a duck to water. However, the vast majority of commanders are not Napoleon. All of their vision and strategic level are roughly the same, and even some of them are idiots. If the commander of the army is a fool, then the entire army will be at risk of destruction. The role of the troop staff is to help the theater commander avoid risks as much as possible, and cooperate with the theater commander to complete the task. If necessary, the chief of staff of the army staff can also quickly control the entire force. The establishment of the army staff not only strengthened Jerome Bonaparte's control over the local army, but also prevented mass incidents caused by individual missteps. During the Franco-Prussian War, Marc Mahon did not dare to break through, and Bazin surrendered to the Prussian army, all of which caused devastating disasters to France. It really does kill two birds with one stone. Of course, the more important point is that the army can carry out a new round of job expansion. When middle and low-level military personnel enter the staff, their vacant positions are also filled by lower-level soldier/military academy personnel. These personnel will become a loyal fan of Mr. Bonaparte. Under this set of sand-seeping procedures, the Northern Theatre and the Western Theatre, which did not obey Jerome Bonaparte very much, also completely stopped secret confrontation and chose to obey Paris arrangements. August 1st, 1852, under the scorching sun, all staff members of the 5 major theatres in the South, North, and West gathered in Paris to participate in the triennial theatre staff examination under the order of the Chief of the General Staff, General Saint-Arnault. In July, the Ministry of War issued a rule that staff members should take an exam every 3 years, with the exception of the first one, that went to Paris. The subsequent ones were all within the war zones. Nearly 700 new and old staff members arrived in Paris from all over the world, and lived in the Rhine Hotel under the reception of Paris public officials, since this is a national staff examination. All the trains, accommodation and even meals for the staff going to Paris are borne by the government. Every staff candidate only needs to test carefully. From August 1st to 7th, in the week-long test, Jerome Bonaparte found many talents. He praised them as usual, and called them to duel alone. Conversation with Lemire. Hello. Brigadier General Marc Mahon. Inside the Tuileries Palace, Jerome Bonaparte looked at the resolute general in front of him, and he stretched out his hand to invite Marc Mahon to sit down. McMahon, who did not understand why Jerome Bonaparte called him to the Tuileries Palace alone, was stunned for a few seconds, and then sat at the opposite of Jerome Bonaparte in a salute. The smiling Jerome Bonaparte praised, "I have read your profile. You are an excellent soldier. Your Majesty, you are overrated." Marc Mahon responded to Jerome Bonaparte without being arrogant. As an army educated in orthodox ideology, Marc Mahon's ability to deal with Jerome Bonaparte in this manner was an acknowledgement of the regime of the Second Reich. The former Marc Mahon almost wanted to leave the army again after Jerome Bonaparte staged a coup. After a long psychological struggle, Marc Mahon persuaded himself to accept the nascent dynasty and cast his precious vote of approval on whether or not to support the establishment of an empire. After that, Brigadier General Marc Mahon was assigned by the War Department to return from the colonies to the Pyrenees Military District, which is now a subordinate military district of the Southern Theatre, as acting commander after the establishment of the General Staff. Marc Mahon, who was influenced by Marshal Saint-Arnault, was once again transferred from the acting division commander to the position of the Chief of Staff of the Army, and then came to Paris under the order of the General Staff for the assessment of the staff. I hope you can serve France well. Don't let it down. France has expectations for you. The Chief of Staff is not your end, but your starting point. I hope that, when I see you next time, you will give me more surprise. Subsequently, in the study of the Tuileries Palace, Jerome Bonaparte personally brought Marc Mahon a 4th-class medal in recognition of his useful results in the staff examination, and also hinted to him that he could change course and rely on yourself. McMahon, who was wearing the 4th-class medal, looked at Jerome Bonaparte with excitement and responded forcefully, "I will swear allegiance to the empire to the death." I will remember what you said. Jerome Bonaparte showed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. He really wanted to see this future president of the Third Republic, protector of the monarchist faction. What kind of future will the guy who is one of the main culprits of the collapse of the two empires go? After Mark Malone left, Trosh entered the study. Compared to Mark Malone, who met for the first time, Jerome Bonaparte seemed much more easygoing in front of Trosh. Looking at the general who was drawn out by himself, Jerome Bonaparte revealed a kind smile on the corner of his mouth. How does it feel to be the chief of staff in the 1st Division? Jerome Bonaparte asked in an easygoing tone. Judging from his posture, he didn't mean to treat him as an outsider at all. After hesitating for a moment, Trosh replied, "It's okay for now." After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte opened the cigar in the drawer and threw it to Trosh, half jokingly, "Smoke it. I heard that you are in the staff, and you can't talk without smoking a cigar." Trosh, who took the cigar, didn't understand Jerome Bonaparte. He hurriedly lit the cigar and took a sip, showing an intoxicated look on his face. Seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte also lit a cigar for himself, and the entire study was enveloped in smoke. "Your Majesty, I don't think the job of Chief of Staff of the division is really suitable for me," Trosh said to Jerome Bonaparte with a bitter face. "What kind of job do you think is more suitable for you?" Jerome Bonaparte put the cigar on the edge of the glass ashtray and knocked it lightly, and the ash fell into the ashtray. "You know, I used to work in Algiers. If you can let me lead a regiment, just a regiment." Trosh cautiously asked Jerome Bonaparte's attitude. "So, don't you want to be chief of staff in the future?" Jerome Bonaparte asked rhetorically. Hearing chief of the general staff, Trosh couldn't help but his heart beat faster. Who in the entire army doesn't want to be the chief of staff? Think. Trosh responded decisively. "Then you should start with the staff honestly. What I need is not a general who can charge, but also a marshal who can coordinate the work. The former is too much in the French army, while the latter is too little." M. Bonaparte said with a sigh to Trosh. "The current French army is simply a replica of the Shao Japanese army decades later, and a general who picks up alone is a noji who dares to charge into battle. If you look at them together, the entire French army is like scattered sand without cohesion. Armies like this were able to win the Crimea and the Franco-Austrian wars, because the Russian and Austrian empires themselves were worse than the French empire. The slightest encounter with a Prussian kingdom, that is not very bad, and the French army will soon reveal all its shortcomings. It is what Jerome Bonaparte should do to start cultivating military commanding talents like Old Mooch, and logistical management talents like Ron. Up to now, only Neil and St. Arnold's subordinates who have surrendered to Jerome Bonaparte have such abilities. Mark Malone, Leboeuf, Bazin, and others are still far behind. Of course, Trosh also has such potential. Otherwise, Jerome Bonaparte would not have used the general staff as a bait to tempt Trosh to continue his staff post. "I see. I will definitely live up to your expectations." Trosh, who felt the monarch's attention, immediately responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Riyadh1.com "You are also an old man who came with me. I don't want you to be too far behind. Otherwise I really don't know how to promote you." Jerome Bonaparte sighed softly, pretending to be annoyed. "Don't worry, I won't let you down." Trosh responded firmly again. "Okay. This is your medal." Jerome Bonaparte took the box containing the medal from the drawer and handed it to Trosh. Trosh who took the box and hurriedly saluted Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and said to Troch, "Okay, you go back first." Trosh left the Tuileries Palace, riding in a carriage. He couldn't wait to open the box, where the medal was placed. In addition to a 4th-class medal, the box also contained a note worth 50,000 francs. With the notes, Trosh could go to the Banque de France to exchange francs for the corresponding value. This is the best reward for allegiance to Jerome Bonaparte. Chapter 348, Imperial Fiscal Crisis. After the end of the staff examination, the staffs of each war zone returned to their respective stations one after another, and the general staff system did not really come into effect until this moment. From now on, no one can stop the general staff, and the general staff that has survived the initial difficulties will inevitably go forward. In mid-August, the weather in Paris was getting hotter and hotter. The ground scorched by the high temperature spit out the water vapor it contained, and the white mist rose from the gaps in the ground and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The air was stuffy and hot, like a match could be lit. The road paved with stones on the ground also became extremely hot, and stepping on it with bare feet was like a torture point in such hot weather. There were few pedestrians even on the Champs-Élysées, and the bourgeois living in Paris even left Paris during this period to go to Lyon, Bordeaux and other places. To escape the heat point, little bourgeois removed the ice cubes prepared in the cellar the previous year and placed them in the room, and used the ice mist from the ice cubes to resist the heat in the air. Or open all the doors and windows, swing a round fan in one hand, and sit in groups of 3 or 5 on the rocking chair with the other hand holding the summer drinks prepared by the landlord. Forgot to mention, most of the young bourgeois working in Paris do not have their own residence. They often live in private apartments. After paying a certain rent to move in, the landlady is the highest servant and housekeeper of the mansion. Generally speaking, in a better rental apartment, the landlady will hire 2 or 3 servants and cooks who are really used for cleaning and cooking, so as to satisfy the countless people in the apartment. The more, the better the endowment. This is mentioned in the French novels of the 19th century, and the proletarians, who make up the relative majority of the population in Paris, live underground in a dark, damp place full of various plagues, suffering and afflicted by disease and still repeating the same work day after day. Point for them. Nothing seems to have changed in Paris. Louis Philippe or Jerome Bonaparte. All are the same. The living environment and economic strength of the whole Paris presents a pyramid structure, and the changes in the upper layer do not seem to have benefited the middle and lower layers. Of course, it would be biased to say that there is no change. Several new welfare hospitals have been built in the Saint-Germain district to help people with more difficult economic conditions. The treatment is mostly for some minor diseases, and the real welfare hospitals for serious diseases are also powerless. That is, under such an environment and temperature, an even more embarrassing thing is happening at the Tuileries Palace. Jerome Bonaparte, who was taking a lunch break in the bedroom with ice cubes, heard a knock on the door in the dimness. He opened his eyes in a daze, and then rolled over on the bed. Looking up at the roof, Jerome Bonaparte realized that someone was knocking on the door until a knock came from the room again. Jerome Bonaparte, whose consciousness returned to his body, turned his head to the side of the window. The dazzling sun outside the window made Jerome Bonaparte narrow his eyes. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte, who opened his eyes again, put his hand under the pillow again, and after some fumbling, he finally found a pocket watch. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, less than an hour had passed since Jerome Bonaparte's lunch break. Yawn. Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help yawning. He turned his head to the side of the door. Don't know who is outside the door. It doesn't look like it should be a big deal. Jerome Bonaparte once instructed that, if there was an emergency, no matter what Jerome Bonaparte was doing, he would be called up. Jerome Bonaparte got up slowly, grabbed a handful of ice cubes from the bucket, and put it in his hand. Under the stimulation of ice cubes, he finally woke up completely. Jerome Bonaparte, who had changed his clothes, opened the door, and he saw the Chancellor of the Exchequer Magnate and the Minister of State Fold outside the door. It was indeed a bit beyond his expectations that Magnate and Fold could come to the Tuileries Palace together. Judging from their solemn expressions, is there really any fatal problem in France? Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but shuddered. He still pretended to look at Magnate and Fold with a smile, and greeted him with a smile. Minister Magnate, Minister Fold, good afternoon. Your Majesty, can I take some time for you? We have something to tell you. Magnate asked to go to the study to talk. Okay. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and replied. Magnate, Fold, and Jerome Bonaparte went to the study together. On the way to the study, Jerome Bonaparte suddenly noticed that Magnate was carrying a black suitcase in his hand. If he guessed correctly, the suitcase should have been reported to him by Main. After the three entered the study, Magnate, Fold, and Jerome Bonaparte sat in 3 directions on the sofa respectively. The black suitcase in Magnate's hand was also placed on the table by Magnate. What happened? Jerome Bonaparte asked Magnate and Fold with a serious look. After Main and Fold looked at each other, Minister of State Fold said, Your Majesty, we want you to take a look at the government's spending in the first half of the year. After speaking, Fuld opened the suitcase and respectfully handed the documents in the suitcase to Jerome Bonaparte and said, "Your Majesty, this is the total expenditure of our government in the first half of the year. Please check it out." Jerome Bonaparte took the expense bill from Fuld's hand and read the contents of the bill page by page. Gradually, Jerome Bonaparte's expression became solemn. When he saw half of the fiscal expenditure statistics, he shook his head and muttered in a low voice, "Impossible. How could the government?" After Jerome Bonaparte had read all the 5 budgets of financial expenditures for the first half of the year, Jerome Bonaparte's expression became as melancholy as Manet and Fuld. He opened the drawer again and put the 2 of the 3 remaining cigars were thrown to Maine and Fuld, and the remaining cigar was held in his mouth. Fuld, who took the cigar, kindly lit a cigar for Jerome Bonaparte, and also lit a cigar for Manet beside him. And finally lit a cigar for himself. The entire Tuileries study was once again enveloped in cigar smoke. After Jerome Bonaparte smoked a cigar, his frowning brows still didn't mean to stretch. Jerome Bonaparte saw the big French pills from the information that Manet handed him about the financial expenditures of France. After deducting all kinds of transportation capacity, the fiscal revenue of the whole France in the first half of the year has a balance of 1 billion francs. Here refers to the central fiscal revenue. The fiscal revenue of each region is more than that of the central government, but these fiscal revenue is used for the basic design and construction of various regions. However, the financial expenditure of France is about 1.2 billion francs. This also means that in the first half of the year, France had a fiscal deficit of nearly 200 million francs. These deficits are mainly concentrated in the expansion of Paris, the reform of agriculture, and the reform of the general staff. If you count the financial and debt problems of the railways, France's fiscal deficit is likely to reach around 400 million francs. 400 million francs is equivalent to a quarter of France's annual fiscal budget. Obviously, such a huge fiscal deficit cannot be repaid overnight. This is why Jerome Bonaparte frowned. Jerome Bonaparte, Manet and Fuld were speechless. None of the 3 of them seemed to dare to say the first word. "Your Majesty, I think it's necessary for France to plan its expenditures. At this rate, the government must go bankrupt." The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Manet, who saw that the atmosphere was gradually becoming tense and dull, said first, "Your Majesty, France really can't bear the huge expenses." Fuld also stood on Maine's side. To be honest, Fuld was also taken aback when he saw the fiscal deficit in the first half of the year submitted by Maine. As a result, Fuld went to the financial department to find the Minister of Finance Maine to ask Maine whether there was a problem with the statistics of the financial department. Manet immediately responded to Fuld with a wry smile. There was no financial problem in the first half of the year, and France did owe a high fiscal deficit. Every September or November in France is the day when the legislature asks about the financial situation. Fuld knew that if he went to the Legislative Council with this financial report, he would definitely be questioned by the Legislative Council. Although the Legislative Council has lost its core legislative and veto powers, their right to financial inquiries has not been lost. In fact, it is not the Legislative Council that kills, but the people of Paris who are the most deadly group. If you let them know that the government's fiscal deficit for half a year has reached 200 million francs. Riyadh1.com The people of Paris will have to blow up the pot. The most urgent task at the moment is how to keep the fiscal deficit from expanding further. After some summing up, Manet and Fuld decided to go to the Tuileries Palace to hand over the report of the Ministry of Finance to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte, as they thought, showed a scowling expression. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte emphasized, "The reform cannot be stopped, and if it stops, we will face the risk of being shattered. But, Your Majesty, if the reform continues, the fiscal deficit will further expand. At that time, the situation will become even more out of control." Manet reminded Jerome Bonaparte. "Then increase the tax," said Jerome Bonaparte decisively. "Which tax should we increase?" Manet asked Jerome Bonaparte again. He was a little afraid that Jerome Bonaparte would propose the income tax that everyone feared, on the premise that the original tax remains unchanged. An additional tax of 10%, 25% will be levied on tobacco, alcohol, coffee, and wine respectively. Chapter 349, Death and Taxes. Magnat and Fowler breathed a sigh of relief at the same time when they heard Jerome Bonaparte's request to add an additional value-added tax to the original luxury tax instead of the chattel/personal income tax. For the people of Paris, and for France as a whole, the establishment of every new tax meant the beginning of tyranny. Successive French rulers used their **** ruling experience to warn the next rulers that it is best not to set up new taxes until social contradictions intensify to the point of getting out of hand. Adding value-added tax to high-end luxury goods is one of the best taxes of all. And Jerome Bonaparte is also convinced that this policy is an effective method. Thiers relied on the policy of raising additional taxes to lift the economy to the level of 1869 before the war, even 1.1 billion francs more than the central government tax revenue in 1869, and the market also prospered because of this policy. P.S. In 1869, the central fiscal revenue was about 1.9 billion francs. In 1870 the central fiscal revenue was 3 billion francs, and in 1871 it was 3.1 billion francs. However, Thiers during the Third Republic imposed a 20% minus 50% surcharge on every luxury item, while Jerome Bonaparte considered that the economic strength of 1852 was far less than that of 1871. So the collection of additional value-added tax has also been cut in half on a historical basis. How much tax can France increase every year? If it increases by 10%, 25% for luxury products such as tobacco? Jerome Bonaparte asked Magnat and Fowler. According to the collection of luxury products such as tobacco last year, it can add about 400 to 500 million francs in taxes to France. Manet cautiously responded to Jerome Bonaparte, and then added, if taking into account other aspects, it will increase the fiscal revenue by about 300 to 400 million ! 300-400 million. Jerome Bonaparte touched his chin subconsciously. After thinking for a while, he asked again, what is the current state of my country's national debt? As of now, my country's national debt is about 5 billion francs. Compared with the entire market, my country's national debt still has a lot of room. Maine responded immediately, considering that the additional value-added tax needs to reserve enough time. The Ministry of Finance should be ready to sell government bonds at any time. Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the ceiling above his head and said decisively, France's economy is not good. If there can be turmoil, the French army can't have turmoil. If the two Optimus pillars collapse, then the whole house will be in danger, and we who stay under the house will not be able to stay out of it. Although Jerome Bonaparte's words had some alarmist meaning, Manet and Foult did not want to see the collapse of the Second Empire, and they poured too much effort into this new empire. Political investment alone can no longer be measured by money. Now that it is finally time to reap the fruits, there must be no mistakes. Magnat hurriedly assured Jerome Bonaparte that the Ministry of Finance would draw up regulations for the issuance of national debt as soon as possible. Foult, who was sitting on the side, also assured Jerome Bonaparte that he would mobilize the shareholders of the Banque de France to buy the national debt thrown by the Ministry of Finance to the society. No need. Facing Foult's idea of asking the bank to take over the treasury bonds, Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and refused. This batch of treasury bonds will still appear on the Paris Stock Exchange, and we want all French citizens to be able to buy treasury bonds. Immediately, Magnat asked Jerome Bonaparte about the amount and type of newly issued government bonds, long-term or short-term. After some deliberation, Jerome Bonaparte stretched out 5 fingers and responded, mainly short-term government bonds, and issue 500 million francs of government bonds. The duration of the government bonds is calculated as 2 years, as long as the urgent need can be alleviated. Understood. Manet replied with a nod to Jerome Bonaparte. Okay. Haven't the current problem been solved yet? Jerome Bonaparte clapped his hands lightly and said to Manet with a smile on his face, Your Majesty, the Legislative Council is not easy to explain. Mainet's face still had a sad look on his face. The short-term national debt of 500 million francs. If the Legislative Council were to question, don't worry. They won't ask. If they ask, you can say that I asked you to publish it. Jerome Bonaparte responded nonchalantly. Furthermore, which French government did not publish it? National debt. Only a little more national debt was issued this year. This is all for the future of France. Yes, we are all for the future of France. Fuld also nodded and said with a smile. Manet, who was endorsed by Jerome Bonaparte, relieved his sadness and smiled again. After Magnet and Fulda left the Tuileries Palace, there was only Jerome Bonaparte left in the study. Leaning on the sofa alone, he shook his head and sighed. Why don't you take any responsibility for each of them? What? I need to decide everything before I can act. On August 30th, 1852, the Minister of Finance of the French Empire submitted a proposal for tax reform and the issuance of national debt to the Legislative Council. The Legislative Council, hinted at by Jerome Bonaparte, passed the proposal that afternoon. The proposal was then transferred to the Senate for a second vote. The Senate also unanimously passed plans for tax reform and the issuance of national debt. On August 31st, the French Ministry of Finance announced by telegram to the citizens of Paris and even the whole of France that the first tranche of national debts in 1852 began to be placed on the Paris Stock Exchange, with the amount of national debts amounting to 200 million francs. As soon as the news came out, Parisians poured into the Paris Stock Exchange like crazy. The whole stock exchange was crowded with people, and everyone was holding the large denomination banknotes of the Bank of France in their hands, and they were eagerly waiting issuance of national debt. Due to the large resident population in Paris, the Paris Stock Exchange cannot accommodate a national debt team of tens of thousands of people, and the crowded crowd can easily cause stampede time, resulting in a large number of casualties. So when the Paris Stock Exchange informed the Ministry of Finance and the Emperor, Jerome Bonaparte instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. That night, Jerome Bonaparte urgently called the three heads of the Ministry of Finance, the Police Department, and the Banque de France to the Tuileries Palace to discuss countermeasures. After deliberation, a solution was reached. The first 200 million treasury bonds were not only sold on the Paris Stock Exchange, but any large or small bank in Paris could act as a collection point, and each agent should send police to maintain law and order. The news came out in the early morning of September 1st, and the crowd around the Paris Stock Exchange cheered after hearing the news. They were no longer afraid that they would not be able to buy government bonds. Under the evacuation of the police, the gate of the stock exchange was no longer supported, but some people still stayed at the gate of the stock exchange and waited. On the morning of September 1st, the Paris Stock Exchange and major banks opened in Paris, and people rushed to buy government bonds. The first tranche of 200 million francs was sold out in less than a day. The enthusiasm of the people of Paris for national debt once again refreshed Jerome Bonaparte's cognition. After the fact, it was found out that most of the main force buying government bonds were European aristocrats living in Paris and slave owners in the southern part of the New World. They were more enthusiastic about government bonds than the locals in Paris. The first tranche of national debt, while solving most of France's fiscal deficit, repaid part of the interest on the 5 billion national debt previously owed. The entire French Empire was once again restored to a prosperous future. Time flies, and soon it is mid-September. Walewski, who disappeared for half a year, brought good news to Jerome Bonaparte. Your Majesty, your uncle, His Majesty Wilhelm, King of Württemberg, has agreed to our request. Walewski said to Jerome Bonaparte. That's good. Thank you so much. Jerome Bonaparte patted Walewski on the shoulder. This is what I should do. Walewski responded humbly. After two closed doors, Walewski finally found a partner for Jerome Bonaparte and a qualified queen for the French Empire. Looking back on his mental journey in the past 6 months, Walewski feels really tired. In the conversation with the Swedish royal family Katarina Vacha, the first marriage partner, due to the internal opposition of the Habsburgs, Walewski, who had been busy for nearly 3 months, could only be sullen left the Habsburgs. The second Queen Victoria's niece is also facing failure because of the temporary change of Victoria's niece, which has also gone through nearly a month. After that, Walewski went to Prussia to seek marriage. As the Regent of Prussia, William I tactfully refused the marriage request and sincerely hoped that Jerome Bonaparte could find a suitable candidate to appoint Radwan. Then, Walewski successively visited Baden, Bavaria, and even Liechtenstein, all of which rejected Bonaparte's marriage request without exception. Until the end, Walewski, who had experienced several failures, went to Württemberg with the idea of trying it out. At first Wilhelm I of Württemberg, like all German monarchs before him, was reluctant to agree to the marriage. I later found out that it was actually up for sale. King Wilhelm, King of Württemberg, would have been hard pressed to let go if it wasn't for the persuasion of the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister at the time. In the end, King William agreed to Walewski's conditions and agreed to betroth his daughter, Augusta, the cousin of Jerome Bonaparte, to Jerome Bonaparte. After getting the result he wanted, Walewski immediately asked King William to send Princess Augusta to France. He was afraid that King William would repent like the previous ones. Again, under the persuasion of the Foreign Secretary, King William agreed to let Princess Augusta go to Paris. Chapter 350. Marriage to Württemberg. Cousin is coming. Although Jerome Bonaparte was ready to dedicate his body to the continuation of the empire, he did not expect this day to come so soon, and it was that childhood who accompanied him through the next few decades. A little girl with a runny nose. That's right. In the only memory of Jerome Bonaparte, Augusta seems to have maintained this image. He remembers that he was only 9 years old, and Augusta was only 6 years old. With the death of Jerome Bonaparte's mother and the various events of Prince Montfort, Jerome Bonaparte and his sister Mathilde Bonaparte, as well as his eldest brother, Death, left Württemberg together since then. Jerome Bonaparte has been walking fast for 20 years without meeting the slug. Jerome Bonaparte is now 29 years old, and Augusta should also be 26 years old. Your Majesty, Princess Augusta has come, Walewski emphasized, and then added, however, she is here in the name of a sojourner. Then where does she live now? Jerome Bonaparte then asked. At Princess Mathilde's house. Walewski replied. Princess Augusta invited her to her mansion just after Princess Augusta arrived in Paris. Then, Jerome Bonaparte hesitated for a moment, then asked again, should I go there? It's up to you. Walewski did not give the answer, but handed it to the emperor himself. Then, Jerome Bonaparte put his raised hand down again, and muttered in a low voice, just wait. Then Jerome Bonaparte invited Walewski to sit down, and talked to Walewski, and learned from Walewski the news of Prince Metternich's seclusion, as well as the news of Prince Metternich's seclusion. Wartenberg's physical condition. A large part of the reason why Katerina Wacha suddenly regretted when she was about to succeed was because Felix Schwarzenberg's health was deteriorating. TSK. It seems that the physical condition of our new Austrian Prime Minister is not optimistic. Jerome Bonaparte showed a schadenfreude smile at the corner of his mouth. Although it is said that the current Felix Schwarzenberg has persisted longer than he has in history and has exceeded the tasks assigned to him by history, Jerome Bonaparte can be sure that once Felix after Schwarzenberg passed away, the diplomatic situation of the Austrian Empire would decline rapidly. By the way, have you met Franz Joseph? Jerome Bonaparte asked Walewski. Walewski nodded. How do you feel? Jerome Bonaparte asked Walewski. Your Majesty, the moment I met Franz Joseph, I felt like I had traveled back to the Middle Ages. When talking to him, I felt as if I was talking to an inexpressible wood. Walewski described Jerome Bonaparte in an exaggerated tone. It's really hard to imagine who brought him to be like that. Every action and every step seems to be carefully designed. I feel I'm no longer facing a real person, but a marionette that others can play with. Walewski paused, then said, and from the look in his eyes, I can see that kind of pride in blood. The Habsburg court is always accompanied by chaotic rules. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged, opened his arms, and hugged the air with a smile. Rejoice. We live in a free country. Well, Walewski nodded, then added, our country is just the opposite. Freedom is too much. From Walewski's description of Franz Joseph, Jerome Bonaparte can be sure that Franz Joseph's character has not changed much. He is like a man who has passed through the early days of the enlightened monarchy in the 18th century. Like the monarch who came over, he subconsciously rejected all changes in the new system. As everyone knows, times have changed, and the Habsburgs are crumbling under the wave of nationalism. Franz Joseph was supposed to be a flood discharge expert, but he became the one who helped the empire nail the last screw in the coffin. Especially after Felix Schwarzenberg's death, Joseph Franz's foreign policy made people feel like the Austrian pill. Perhaps. Jerome Bonaparte said with a smile. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," cried Jerome Bonaparte. The door of the study was opened, and Vernier entered the study. Vernier, who entered the study, stared at Jerome with a stern face, and only after a long time said, "Princess Mathilde asked you to come over." Seeing Vernier's bulging expression, Jerome Bonaparte grinned. "Your Majesty," she. Valuski, who had not stayed in France for nearly half a year, looked at Vernier suspiciously, almost forgot. Jerome Bonaparte gently patted his forehead and introduced to Valuski, "This is Vernier, who will be my exclusive secretary in the future." Jerome Bonaparte deliberately repeated the word exclusive. Walewski instantly understood what Jerome Bonaparte meant, and he hurriedly saluted the Madame de Pompadour in front of him and joked half jokingly, "Madame Vernier, hello." Vernier's face flushed slightly, and then aggressively glared at Jerome Bonaparte, who was watching the excitement. Seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte blinked, showing a harmless expression, "Since it was invited by the princess, then I'll leave." Walewski immediately got up and left. Jerome Bonaparte also got up and sent Valuski out of the study door, then turned around and said to Vernier, who returned to the study, "Let's go." Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier came to the gate of the Tuileries Palace and left the Tuileries Palace in the carriage that Vernier had come in. Since the carriage itself is no different from ordinary carriages, and the distance between the Tuileries Palace and Mathilde's mansion is not too far, it is usually responsible for escorting the cavalry of Jerome Bonaparte, and did not leave with them. Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier, who were sitting in the carriage face to face, were speechless. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte asked in a frivolous tone, "Don't you have anything to say?" Vernier lowered his head and remained silent, and after a while, a soft sob came from inside the carriage. Seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte hurried to where Vernier was, took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped her tears, while gently stroking her back. "Don't cry. I'm not leave you forever." But, you're getting married." Vernier fell on Jerome Bonaparte's thigh and sobbed. Tears and snot were left on the trousers that Jerome Bonaparte had just ordered. Seeing this, Jerome Bonaparte could only lightly stroke Vernier's back and said softly, "You have to understand. Every one of us lives in this world involuntarily, just like you are burdened with the expectations of some people. I also bear many expectations on my body, and we cannot allow our temperament to do anything. I know. That's." Vernier sobbed, replying intermittently to Jerome Bonaparte. Vernier certainly understands that it is impossible for her to be the legitimate wife of an emperor. At most, she has obtained a title as honorable as Madame Ponthieu, and she has also seen too many examples of being abandoned, and she does not want to be abandoned. "Don't worry. I won't leave you," Jerome Bonaparte said to Vernier in a soft voice, stroking Vernier's back. The carriage stopped in front of the mansion for a while, and Vernier recovered. She lifted her head from Jerome Bonaparte's thigh. Vernier, who had regained his strength, hurriedly apologized to Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Majesty is really sorry." Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand to gently straighten Vernier's messy hair, shook his head, and said with a smile, "It's nothing." After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte put the handkerchief on his thigh and wiped it. Vernier looked at his masterpiece with a blushing face. After repeated wiping with the handkerchief, there were no traces of the trouser legs. Jerome Bonaparte got up and stood in the carriage to tidy up his clothes, and then helped Vernier to tidy up, and the two walked out together. Carriage. Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier came to the gate of Mathilde mansion together. You reading www.urkanshu.com. Lightly knocking on the door, a maid appeared shortly after. "Your Majesty." The maid quickly saluted the second she saw Jerome Bonaparte. "Yes." Jerome Bonaparte slightly pointed to the inside of the mansion and asked, "Is my sister still inside?" "His Royal Highness Princess Mathilde and Her Royal Highness Princess Augusta have been waiting for you for a long time." The maid hurriedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte. "That's good." Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier entered the mansion together, and the two separated by the stairs on the first floor. "Please, come with me." The maid in the mansion hurriedly led the way. Jerome Bonaparte came to the door of a room on the second floor, and he gently opened the door. Mathilde Bonaparte and Augustus appeared on the other side of the gate. "My dear brother, you are finally here." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.